Welcome everyone to week 2 of OWCS Korea here. First day for me of doing Korea. G Club with me, Hex, the best, and you've been doing Korea for many days before. You've got Achilles, you've got Unknown. You have to deal with me now. I'm unfortunately the third partner in crime here. How have you been doing?
I feel like it goes the other direction. You guys have to deal with me. So it's okay. It's been going good. I mean, there's been interesting games. It's a really interesting region. Obviously, it's the best region in the world. I don't think anyone can dispute that. And we have the best teams in the world playing in Korea too. So, yeah, it's been fantastic to watch. I think tonight, on paper, should be a little one-sided. We have some of the best teams going up against some of the other teams, but so far it's been pretty unpredictable. So it's really hard to say that. But I think if we don't see the teams that we expect to win on paper, I think the three best teams are playing tonight. Then it'll be a little surprising, but I've been surprised so far, even in the short 3 days we've already done up Korea.
Raccoons, let's just put them up top. Let's just staple them all the way on the top. I don't think anyone can really question them at the moment. Well, the season can be long, and maybe there will be questions if like the meta shift and stuff. But even with the meta shift, I think there's still good potential. Very likely they will still stay on top. But a lot of big pack. Last season we had some like top 3, middle 3, and the bottom 3. And then this time, I think we might have a wider gap of the middle pack, right? We do have a couple of teams staying on top, very likely.
It's going to come down to, I mean, very much like it did last stage of like the 3, 4, 5 slots. You know, you kind of know what 1, 2, and 3 are. I mean, I think Zeta division actually has taken over that 2 spot.
Yes,
based on what they did to Falcons last week. So yeah, but I think those top 3 are pretty solidified in what you know. But then, I mean, I was hyping it up last week. I like what this Poker Face team is doing. That's a whole new roster, and I think that's really interesting what they're doing with that roster. So bottom teams are going to be bottom teams. You know, I don't see Old Ocean doing real well. But you know what? Like, it's very possible we get a patch that comes in here. I think the devs were hinting at like big changes coming soon or something. And, you know, without the tournament servers really as active as they used to be, I don't know if we'll be playing on live or not. And so we saw it last stage too, where just all of a sudden we're just running Maga comps,
100%
and now we're just
Maga
running
comps.
Reaper comps. Yeah. And then that got changed really quickly. So you never really know, but I think the best teams are always the best teams in Overwatch are the ones that can roll with the punches, and no matter what comes at them, they've got the flexibility and players to do it. So I wouldn't expect even a patch to change things very much. But yeah, I think there's a couple wildcard teams in the middle. Like I said, I'm really high in that Poker Face team. I think they could turn some heads and disrupt. And I think we're already putting on the calendar. I want to see when they play Falcons. Like, I think that's going to be a hype match.
Yes, it's especially Falcons, what they've shown last week. Zeta division, oh boy. They already proved one big check mark of the season by beating Falcons already. I think that's a huge... with Earthshake in the middle of the ground there, putting them maybe above in the top 2, top 3 slot. Old Ocean, the old guys, this time they made it through the qualifiers. I was really happy. But the big boys, the big boy league, of course they were the big boys. Oh, but that's been years ago. Maybe up to, I would say, 7, 8 years ago now. It's been a while since the beginning of Apex days. So the real current big boys are actually doing so well. But Old Ocean, I would like to see them grow up. And VC, DAEJEON, they seem to be a lot better this season. I think that's one promising sign that we were able to get some slight hints last week.
Yeah, I mean, it's healthy for the ecosystem, really, when you like your worst team is probably Vec right now, just talent wise and on paper, and like, you know, but they finally won a match against Old Ocean after going winless in the first stage. So I think they've improved. And what was really nice to see in the brief off season was that teams were making moves to improve. They weren't sitting on their laurels. They were adding players, and they were doing some interesting stuff. So here are your standings. And I mentioned it at the end of the last broadcast last week. There's only 3 teams that have 2 wins. Zeta division, Crazy Raccoon, no surprises there. But Poker Face at 2-1. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to glaze them too much because we're gonna be watching them play in the next couple of days, so we'll see where they really are at. But I really do like all the changes they do to that roster. And then, I mean, G-Club, what's going on with this Fnatic team at 0-3?
I don't know. So ever since they changed the name to Fnatic, and of course some different things happening from Yeti, they did have a matchup. They didn't really have the most favorable matchup. I mean, they did have a tough time, but also I imagine they will be slightly above the bottom 2. I imagine they will be 5th, 6th towards the end. I think it's a big prediction to call out at beginning of week number 2. We still have a lot more weeks to go through, but still, Fnatic, I don't think they will be as high this stage. That's the feeling that I'm getting from the games that I watched. And I think the biggest question is actually at the Falcons. Where are they going to be landing at? The previous champion for the Korea season, for Asia. But they just simply do not as formed like the last season. And that's exactly the matchup we would have. Falcons starting with Falcons versus Vec. I do think the Falcons should be winning that out pretty single-handedly, though. Let's see the VEC. They did have lots of changes, and going to HaeJeokDan, the Pirates versus Zeta division. Oh boy, that will be a wild one. And the Crazy Raccoon, Old Ocean versus Old Ocean. I think we might just have very likely the top 3 versus the other 3 for today's matchup.
I mean, today is a day that's, which teams at the top are just going to take care of business? Who's just going to get it done and not end up dropping a map or doing something goofy? And really, the Falcons really need to answer some questions here. But if you're going to get right against anyone after what just happened against Zeta division, Vec is a good candidate to get right against. Figure out what your rosters are going to be, figure out what your maps are really good at. It's a good mental check for the Falcons.
I think they have to. And mental check, I think they have to bring it up with a 3-0 score. I think that's realistically the score that they will be looking to get against this squad of awesome talents. They do have Broom, who did step up a little bit from VEC. But I think Falcons, they're really looking for a 3-0 clean victory today.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how much the Falcons having this kind of massive roster is really affecting them, if people aren't getting the playtime they think they deserve, etc. But look, Vec, they made a couple changes. They're having fun. They're still a fun team to watch. But yeah, on paper, you would expect them to not beat Falcons. Falcons was the best team in Korea last stage. And then obviously Crazy Raccoon just started taking over, and I think it's pretty obvious Crazy Raccoon is the better squad right now based on what they did in the majors, what they've done in outside tournaments. So it's really the Falcons need to just figure it out, because not only did they lose to Zeta division last match day, but it was just kind of an embarrassing loss on King's Row, especially to get Fuller held, and then they had 5 ultimates. I almost even said 6. That's how it felt. They still couldn't win a fight, so it's kind of interesting what they're doing with the damage line. And then Smurf's been playing tank, but it's not been the Smurf that I kind of remember seeing. It's felt. I don't know exactly what it is. I think we're gonna have to hyper focus in on that, but it's felt just a little bit off. But they do want to run the Winston, so that's why Smurf's going to be in. Has Happy found, his stride? Happy is one of my favorite players of all time, but it's it feels like maybe Ashe is a little hole in his game right now, which is weird, but Ashe is so good on all these maps, and he's forcing the cast, he's forcing the Widow. I don't know. There's just a lot of questions, and I think the Falcons need to get some answers today. Here's the VEC roster.
Yep, they still have to. I think Happy has to really gel in. Happy is supposed to be the hit scan master for the team. I think he's supposed to fill in that slight spot that Proper Soccer has been missing from Stage 1. But that triple DPS line, let's see where that lands. I think they're still, of course, having Happy as the starting. I think there's a reason why they're doing it. From Coach Crusty, he's an experienced coach. I think this is the nice testing ground. Here's VEC, and we do have the interview on the stage. VEC, I think they would like to get a map off and show what they can do against one of the stronger teams. We have the interview from the coaching staff. Let's hear it from Quest for the translation.
Very much, G-Clef. I am slowly but surely rising from COVID hell. I hope everyone else there watching, or even if you're at the venue, I hope everyone stays safe and healthy. But first, we have the first player interview of the day. We have, for Team Falcons, we have Happy on the DPS lineup for Team Falcons. And on Vec's side, we have Dart. Of course, Dart having the umbrella hat. And both teams obviously had a disappointing result heading into today's match. So after that performance, what was the feedback from the coach?
저희가 좀 메타를 좀 잘못 이해한 것도 있는 것 같고
I think there is a bit of a misunderstanding in terms of the meta
팀 합이
as a team.
좀 아직 잘 맞춰지지
I think
않았다고
we
생각을
are
해서
still
그런
making our
부분
way
피드백 많이
into
해서 왔습니다.
네,
honing
지금
our team synergy.
피드백을
So
완전히 이제
I think
이해하고
we can
오늘
expect
더
great
좋은
things
모습
moving
보여줄
forward.
기대가 되는데요. 그렇다면 VEC 대전팀은요?
And as for Vec,
저희 코치님께서는 그냥 저번 경기를 잊고
our coach said that to forget about how we performed last match and
과거는
to
있고
just
앞으로
look
나아갈
forward
곳만 생각해라라고 이렇게 또
into
긍정적으로
how we can
말씀을
perform better
해주셨습니다.
in the
자,
future
그렇다면
matches.
해피 선수 팀원들과 합을 맞춘
This
지
next question
얼마
goes to
되지
Happy.
않았다고 들었는데요. 지금
course,
좀 얼마나
Happy
좀 적응이 되셨을까요?
Hasn't had too much time
일단
building that team
저
synergy with the team. So,
이 팀에
what's the
들어오기
progress
전에
been
좀
like?
쉬다가 다시 온 것도 있고
And personally, I've been on a break before I joined this game, or before
새로운
joined this team.
선수들이랑 맞춰보다 보니까
And because I'm working with the new players,
지난주는 적응하는
I
단계였다고
want to say
생각을
that
해요.
last week was
그래서
just
지금은 많이 적응을 하고 훨씬
where
더 나은
it's-
모습
was an
보여드릴 수
adjustment
있을
period.
거라고 생각합니다.
and I
네,
think that we can
그렇군요. 자,
play much
앞으로
better
해피
moving
선수의
forward.
활약도 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그렇다면 VEC 대전팀
This next
첫
question
경기
goes to Vec.
승리로 지난 시즌의 성적은
course, with
이미
the-
갈아치웠거든요.
their
자,
win
하지만
last
목표는 더
week,
높게 잡고
of
있을
course,
것으로
they
생각이
beat their
됩니다.
record
자,
of,
오늘 그 목표에 한 발짝 더 다가갈 수 있을까요?
compared to stage 1. So, but
오늘
of course they're aiming for a
다가갈 수 있다고
higher
생각합니다.
place. So,
자,
do you
그렇다면
think they
오늘
can do
예상
better?
스코어도 한번 들어볼까요?
And Dart
상대분들이
says,
잘하시는
I
분들이니까 한
think that we can definitely do better.
네,
But
자,
and
팀
as for the predicted
팔콘을
score,
또 이렇게 생각을
of course,
해주면서
because
3대
it is Team
2까지도
Falcons, I
말씀을
want to say
해주셨습니다.
we're going to win
자,
3-2.
그렇다면 양 팀 모두 응원해주시는 팬분들께 한마디도
And for
부탁드려요.
both teams, please say a few words to the fans that came out
저희가
that are supporting you.
지난주에는 좋은 모습 못 보여드렸는데 진짜
We
열심히
didn't put on a good performance last week.
연습하고
But
노력하고
we're practicing really
있으니까
hard and working really
응원 많이
hard. So
해주시면
please continue to
감사하겠습니다.
support us.
네, 자, 앞으로의 경기 걱정 마셔라라고 말씀을 해주셨고요. 그렇다면 VEC
And
대전팀은요?
as for Vec,
저번 주는 졌지만 이번 주는 꼭 이기도록
we lost
하겠습니다.
last week, but
네,
we'll make sure to win
이번
this
주
week.
승리로 다가가겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 지금까지
And that was it for the
해피
player
선수, VEC
rep
대전의
interview.
하트 선수와
And before we
인터뷰
head into the first match of the day, I'm going to send it back to G Clef and Hex.
펼쳐지게 됩니다. 양 팀의
Thank you, Quest, for the translation, that interview. Well, I think we have a lot to take from that interview. Of course, first match will be Nepal. Beck seems a little nervous on stage, saying that they should be able to beat Falcons tonight. Let's see if that comes true at all. And Falcons saying that maybe a little misunderstanding of the meta, the teamwork synergy, not totally there for the first week. Let's see how great of a game they can pull off today.
Well, Falcons has not won a control yet. Granted, there's only been 2 controls so far, but they are 0-2 on those controls. And Samoa and Busan they lost, so maybe they'll have better luck on Nepal. Yeah, I mean, I think Happy's got a pretty good point of he'd taken a break from the game after, retiring, quote unquote, from an NA roster with, just some roster turmoil happening over there. So he had officially retired, apparently. But yeah, it probably took some time off to get his bearings back, and we'll see. But that was week 1 now. No excuses anymore. This is week 2. We expect Happy to be the best hit skin in the world, and I just really want to see. I don't know if they had the wrong read on the meta. It didn't feel like they were playing super off on the meta, but, well, I guess they were forcing cast a little bit. But I want to see that Ashe play, because when you compare Happy and his Ashe to some of the other players in the league, I mean, I think of like Proud, who just absolutely goes off on Ashe. You just need to get those mechanics back into it too, and we'll see. I don't really think they had the wrong read on the meta. They were playing what everyone else is playing. It's just, you gotta get Smurf and Happy on the same page with everyone else. I mean, the support line is all worldly, we know that, so it's just maybe just taking some time to gel. And it's not like they're 0-3, it's just they lost to a better team in Zeta division. Zeta is just a better squad right now and on an upward trajectory where the Falcons are kind of stalling.
Yeah, 1-1's not terrible. It was just 1 loss against Zeta, but I think that could have been the one crucial match, because they do have to fight the Raccoon later on, and I think that's going to be one of the hardest, and also the poker face. I don't know what exactly going to be happening against the Falcons. Same here, I did watch the VOD. In terms of team comp, I don't think they really had the wrong, different direction of reading on the team comp on the map. the Falcons, but I think maybe with how they executed the team comp and then tempo control around the map, especially when they were playing control, I think that was one of the weaknesses that they had, just losing the first and then going into the other maps. I think really hurt them last week.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. And, you know, like I said, it's just time to put up or shut up now. You know, you've got a couple of matches this weekend. Can you get back, back on the right track? I mean, look, there's not a ton of matches to be played, so every one of these ends up being critical. And really tonight for me, and I don't think anyone else would tell you any different. They need to beat Vec and need to beat them consistently. Vec has won on control maps before, so maybe this is something they could sneak out, and I just wonder if that's going to be a boomage for Falcons if it does end up happening. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Falcons has, like I said, had the wrong read or their map picks have been poor or anything like that. It's just down to the execution of it, where the dive isn't as clean. I mean, maybe I kind of feel bad for Stalker not being able to play just like a pure Tracer. But they've definitely been going with Proper can play Tracer just fine. So not an issue. But I wonder if this might be a situation too where Vesta comes out and does something weird to throw off Falcons. I've always liked that as a strategy. There's two things I think you can do if your roster is just not as top tier as another team's. One, goofy stuff, just like kind of a weird meta thing that might throw them off, and it's especially something you can pull on control, like maybe go and bust out the Junker Queen, dubstep button comes out, or just unbridled stupid aggression. That'll often throw a team off too. So I think those are two things you can do if you're an underdog coming into a series.
That's what we're expecting tonight. And Vec, let's see if they can show us something else. The Falcons losing streak on control. Let's see if that continues. Vec seem to have some confidence, but maybe it was a bit of a interview esports nervousness on stage. But as long as
you have nothing to lose.
Yeah, as long as they can zone into the game when you zone into the monitor, that's all that matters. There's Falcons. Happy.
I was really hoping Vec was actually gonna. I was really hoping they were actually gonna run that. Like the Maze Symmetra on this map and this stage in particular can work really, really well. But I do like the Doomfist pick. Pretty solid on this map too. If you can start fighting on the point, slamming people in the walls.
Yep, exactly. The walls will work for you because they are surrounded. Control point, basically surrounded 70% of that zone. So here is Dart and the Faras. See if they hit any shots in the middle there. Happy here. Trying to go back, turning targets. And trying to go pressure more into the control zone. Okay. You do have one more person in there for the first control. It's being contested at the moment. Here's Farah proper in the air. Really deliver the target. Here's Happy once again. Proper gets two. Dart taken out. That's a good time for Falcons to open things up.
It's just, Happy comes in and he starts drawing their attention, so they have to turn around, and they kind of forget that Proper had just come over the top on that side there, so everyone's eyes flip to Happy on that Tracer. They come back around and Proper just ends up hitting about 3 rockets. It's going to be so overwhelming on this Farah that they're just going to switch up comps immediately. The Diva is to help out, and then also, of course, the Echo has been a pretty solid fair encounter.
Oh, shield down. That's a go all the way up. Dart. Pretty quick in reaction. I do love the quick change coming out from Vec. Total different team this season, I can tell.
Yeah, Dart and Minute have always been solid, always been pretty decent DPS, but now they really revamped their support line, and it's just been much stronger. Even when they're losing fights, it's not been as bad as it was in Stage 1.
We'll continue. 39% for the Falcons. There's the Pulse. He's going to hit the right target Proper, falling all the way back with less than 100 HP. Smurf. Cancel the target with the rush. This is a chance for Vec to get the control zone. Smurf tried what he can, but if he used the mine, it would be wasted there. So there's a flip for Vec.
I would really like to see Falcons just clean up their dive. I mean, maybe it's just where the camera ends up being, but I haven't seen like a solid Smurf and Happy double team on anybody just yet, and that's exactly what you're trying to go for. That's why Smurf is in, so he can play dive tanks. Happy can obviously play everything, but it doesn't look like the dive is coordinated just yet. I mean, it's early on, but that's the progress I want to see from Falcons.
Might be a little hard with that Farah. Proper ready with the barrage. Here comes Duplicate first. Mark the down barrier. So did go down second before that barrier. To keep up the fight, Happy down. Proper also inside. Explosion. Not really catching anyone else. Proper doing some work. Immediately taken down from Dart and Minute, both from the air and the ground. And even with the flip, the back actually keeps it this time.
Yeah, Falcons going to have a huge advantage with Sound Barrier, and they know Lego just used, so they can actually just be aggressive with it if they want. I think they're going to try to initiate. There it is.
It is Chio. Early barrier. Chase the target, but this Lucio. Oh. It's actually Chio that ends up going down. That chase for nothing. Wasted a lot of time there, Falcons. Oh, and the flip is there. VEC coming in hot. What just happened there with the chase?
Gurm is, I feel like, put in a lot of work between stages to expand the hero pool, because Gurm was like almost Junker Queen one trick, it felt like, a lot of the time in stage 1. And I mean, so far, if you're just reading kill feeds, Gurm has actually been finishing a lot of these kills since he moved to Diva.
Catching the numbers. Almost at 70%. Falcons need to regroup and have some more. Shield kind of went that down barrier. Take a long time. Here's Minute on Tracer.
Vec just needs to stay alive. They're going to have ultimate advantages, especially support ultimates too. So if Vec doesn't throw this, they should be in a really good spot.
The pressure. Tracer, there's a recall. Early barrier from Lego. Smurf down. That's no tank for Falcons. In a problem. 90%. Vec is about to win this first. Happy. Trying to turn things around. Pulse does land on that Echo.
Very nice play from Happy. Trying to bring it back. They also have Kitsune. I didn't even see where it got dropped.
Early contesting. Using that overtime. Smurf is back with the ball. Forcing the back line out. I think the control point has been controlled by Vec already. Here's the explosion. And the minefield for Smurf. Oh, there's the flip. Fielder. How did that happen in the middle? Look, this minefield. Tons of work that's been kept for such a long time.
Can't even reset either. Like, you just have nothing left. What a toss. I think it comes down to that pulse bomb from Happy taking out Dart, who's been so effective at harassing Smurf on the ground, and then just I saw the Kitsune rush come out, but then everyone was playing onto the point, and the Kitsune rush wasn't there.
Oh, Vec down. That's a problem for Vec. Almost had it.
Yeah, this.
See if we can get immediately gone, and Dart has to be forced to be back. Falcons, they're on the point. Minute down. I think Falcons, they have done it. The first points, but that seemed like quite. Hold on. A little more contest here.
Yeah, this one's been over for like last 90 seconds. Just the cleanup hasn't been extremely clean. So yeah, Vec just doesn't close it out, and you could kind of see it happening, like live action, where. So they had a Tracer miss their pulse bomb into the corner, and meanwhile, you know, in the kill feed, it wasn't on camera. You saw Happy is able to get the opposing Echo. Yeah, this was just brutal when you went up there in the Kitsune.
Oh, that was a moment.
That was the stick.
Next, I think this is the moment with the Diva to went inside and land that self-destruct inside to get the mines out, or to not let the mines in.
Yeah.
It could have been a different story. I think Groom was.
I don't know.
Was he chasing a target, right? On the backside?
Right. I mean, I don't love using self-destruct unless you're just remeching for the most part at these highest levels, because not only does it not get value, but usually the pilot Diva just dies anyway. So you kind of expect your team to not be playing in the minefield, but they didn't really retreat off of it. They were kind of just dancing around, and no one was tracking Smurf. And usually that had been Dart on the Echo, but I believe it was dead at that point in time. Because if you look throughout the match, the Echo has been getting a lot of finishing kills onto the ball. Just getting, it's a big target for stickies. The try shot does good, and then the executioner beam really well done. So once he wasn't getting checked by the opposing Echo, kind of just came in through the back line and knocked them all into mines. Like, that was the best that Smurf had looked that entire stage, was that big play there. And it almost looked like a little bit of nerves from back to whiff your own pulse bomb and just not be able to come through with the kills, a couple of mistakes towards the end. But I mean, they look super competitive with Falcons. Falcons just struggles on control. They have not won it yet.
That was a lot closer than I thought. Vec almost literally had that. And the Falcons, I feel like maybe it's because it's the first of the week. I think it took some extra time. We do have a slight issue from the Falcons. It's an audio
Oh,
issue. It
no.
should be resolved soon enough, I believe. But
I saw people walk onto the stage, and
No,
I'm like, oh no.
yeah, that's a sign that it'll take maybe a minute longer, 2 minutes ish. And of course, we do have the offline WTG studio for Korea, and it's land every single time. We do have near full house today, I believe, and I actually do have a couple of friends who just messaged me that they're there.
brag. Oh, look at me with friends.
Very few friends that I have in real life. It's my Overwatch friend, so okay, all forgiven.
Sure.
And Trifle on the left says, okay, I finally got my ticketing. I tried so hard, times 100. Of course, the on-site, watching it from the site is the best. Let's go Falcons, let's win. And I can't read exactly what it says on the right. But of course, a lot of cheerfuls.
Live Overwatch is great. I mean, any sort of live event is usually good, but Overwatch is usually pretty conducive to really hype moments and super fun events, and it's always great to be with a crowd, and the crowd feeds off of each other.
And it's even better because it's a theater. It's got really comfortable seats and popcorn from first floor, and you can literally just elevator down and get your own, and then come back during the break. Falcons fighting. I came from DAEJEON, DAEJEON, the VEC city. DAEJEON is a city. It's, I would say, about a center city of South Korea. That's the sponsor of VEC now. So one rooting for Falcon, one rooting for VEC there. It seems like who could you tell? Was it Chia or?
I wasn't looking really. I just know that there's still admins on the stage, so we're still just chilling here for a bit.
Audio issues in 2024, huh?
Yeah, we've had a lot of little ghosts in the machine, you know? I was hoping that after week 1 it would get kind of figured out and fixed up. Obviously, when we're doing Japan and Pacific, those are online, and we've had some issues with those as well.
Those are some real ghosts out there.
Yeah.
They're messing with the lines there.
Yeah.
Yep, did have that with Wolf just 2 days ago, and was even longer a couple of days ago. And you would be wondering, why are there so many issues? They're playing offline. It's because they're playing offline. And with this many, imagine a place with this many computers and all the devices, screens, all the power lines at one place, and you're trying to figure out which cable's the problem. That's basically the question that you have to answer from the tech people all the time.
Yeah, I think I was I don't know if I tuned in live for the other nights, and then I went to see the VOD the next day for I don't even remember which one it was, and I saw like 7.5 hours, and I was like, oh,
that's Japan right there. That's Japan day one.
Yeah. We had a pretty long day one in Korea day one. It was like 6.5 hours or something.
Yes,
I just remember because when the sun was like actually really coming up through my windows, I was like, oh, what's it like 8 or 9 o'clock now? That's unfortunate.
And that's also one of the better matches on the first day. It wasn't pauses, but we should be back soon enough. We will let you know. They're running.
Yeah,
checks.
we're just running checks now.
Yes.
Yeah. So once you fix the problem, you have to test if it's fixed or not. Apparently, I don't know. I only cause problems. I don't fix them.
Well, guys, just making sure if we were to actually provide solutions for the tech, I think we'll have more problems than solutions while casting on camera at the same time. No, we just speak, and we're busy using
I'm just
our
trying not to. Yeah.
We're busy using our
just trying
ears,
not to
mouth,
jinx it.
and eyes. We can't do anything else.
Yeah, I've had tech issues myself in the last couple of days, so I'm just hoping that the gods are nice to me tonight. Otherwise, you're going to be solo casting while I reset my internet.
Oh boy, I do have some different setups. So I just realized that cordless. Wireless audio actually has less than 60 ms delay, so I can actually have wireless ear set for FPS gaming. And I've tried it for a few weeks at least to get ready for the broadcast, and you can play wireless audio for FPS.
I have super cheap wireless earbuds, so I have like a 3-second delay on them. It's like Bluetooth 1.0, but I only use it to listen to podcasts when I'm working out. Yeah, I don't even know, but they're pretty terrible. They're $20. Anyway, we're in game. Who cares about my audio tech setup? Okay, so Falcons are going to run the same thing, dealing with the ball.
Okay.
And we're going to have a little bit of switch from back because no echo in air. I think they might have to end up switching to Echo because you're going to need it for both Smurf and Proper.
Yeah, Proper's going to do so much free damage if this keeps on happening. Oh, there's a pause driver all minute to try to go back to the room, but that wasn't the case. Seems like Smurf is feeling comfortable on this ball for now. And it is working, certainly. There's the first cap, Falcons. Looks like they're back.
I mean, the coach gun is great if you get dove on, but not if you die immediately to the pile driver. So they're going to stick on this. Minut's going to stay on Ash here. But Dart will switch over to the Echo. Yeah, they have to. Okay, they're going to match here, except with Gurum is going to be running the Diva. Yeah, Gurum's Diva was really good. It's also very good for Peel. He also was able to check Smurf a couple times. Like, if you're back, you just need to put enough pressure onto Smurf and Proper that you're just not getting constantly burned down. But already 30% for Falcons.
Diva, Peel, you can also contest and some more pressure in the air, or Proper, along with Dart. Something that Smurf might not be able to do. As the tank onto the back line, Lucio gets caught. Chio, not this time, as the team was spread out, no help from the other members of the Falcons. There's EC with a member up. We'll have that easy cap back. Happy to fully build the pulse, but it might not matter. Smurf, just doing Smurf things. That's the ball.
Yeah, good chase down on Happy as well. I feel like they're getting Chio a lot, and I wonder if it's because Fielder has a lot of pressure to keep the healing up on Smurf and Proper to maybe get some cleanses in or something. I didn't see exactly where Fielder was there, but a lot of the times when I've seen Chio going down, and it happened a lot in the first stage too, he was just alone getting chased.
Not just that, Falcons also were hit onto the Lucio Lego, holding that sound barrier. The duplicate, the members are down, just with the rush. That's a really good, economical ultimate use from DAEJEON.
Yeah, it looks really good, and they forced out the duplicate, they forced out the mines, so they're way ahead right now. So just getting value out of your rush like that is huge. Minute also just went off and opened up with a 2-piece. You're really not going to lose fights if your Tracer opens up by killing the other Tracer, because it just allows the Tracer to do so much work without having to worry about getting hunted down by your opposite number.
Jinsung be successful here. Falcons, they do have a couple of duels. Here's Dart with the barrier. In fact, they want to go hard on this. 61%. They're building up with that pulse bomb potential. Proper finds one. Dart down. That's one monster down for EC. Falcons without the ultimates. Still winning the fight somehow. Minute gets one back, but that's 3 down already. The 4.
And not the biggest value out of the Kitsune rush there to start. Actually, Vec did a really nice job of disengaging from that. But eventually, Falcons just come back in and end up cleaning it all up. The terrible thing for Vec is that they had a bunch of check marks, and now they don't have any of them. So even the self-destruct got cleaned up immediately. The duplicate didn't get much done either. So now Falcons in a really good spot of having the sound barrier for the defense. And they're going to tie things up here percentage-wise.
Tough loss. And really good control, even the sound barrier early on. Not to be okay. Here it is, Chio. Perfect timing in the middle of the fight, and the rest environmental. They just go down to the side.
Yeah, they're just gonna hard reset here.
Hit it.
This is not great.
No recall.
No recalls, forced out Suzu, forced out a lot of cooldowns for supports.
Mines out. 99%, so Room has to sort of eat that damage. But the mag will be down from the mine damage. Happy. Got Eva. A few more to go. Gets over DC. Seems like this map is not theirs for now. Build up, Dart. Doing some extra, but no one touching it. That's Falcons 2-0.
Yeah, Smurf really came alive on ball there for Stage 1 and Stage 2. Ended up really good. Proper in the Sky was good. Happy's Tracer is not like his best hero ever. Played a lot of it more when he was on Guangzhou, I believe, in like 2020. Less so lately, but still very capable. So, I mean, this is kind of what we expected from BEC, that they're going to have moments, you know, especially Minute, I thought, had some moments as on Tracer, and Dart on the Echo. The damage line for BEC has always been kind of their most stable line. You could always expect them to kind of match and get some kills, maybe not the most, but they did that there. I mean, it's still pretty close showing there, and I thought Gurum playing the Devo worked really well. It's just eventually they just could not find an answer for Smurf, who was just getting so much free damage done and just being a real nuisance. So then Smurf dives in. Obviously, it forces them off the Ash, and then they executed the dive a lot better. Their Happy was always there to getting the damage. Proper was there for follow-up. Really, the only blunders that they had were the support line wasn't really protecting for each other, but that's because they were diving in with everyone else. So, decent look from Falcons, but VC to be able to like take Falcons to the brink on Control. We'll see how they do in other map modes, because like I said, VC has been good on Control. Falcons have struggled on Control. So it's always one of those map types that's so volatile, and it's really hard to learn anything on it a lot of the time.
Yeah, Control, if you just miss one slight issue, and it can just snowball out of you. The Falcons do grab the first map. We will take a short break. When we come back, we will have that map number 2 selected. All right, welcome back. Let's see what the second map selection from BEC is. Escort. Oh, we're going to circuit. Did they? Let me look at the sheet.
Not surprising. They picked it both
Twice.
in both their matches so
Yes.
far. Yeah, they enjoy the circuit. They like a little Widow action in there. And it's I kind of like that for a team too. That's they know exactly what they are, but if you can get your Widow player just on a heater, you could win circuit just with one player going off. It's that kind of map. So yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if we're gonna see any subs. I don't believe so. I was actually hoping they were gonna pick New Queen Street, which they've done before, and just so we could get Gurum on the Junker Queen. Because I think it's the only team that's picked New Queen Street so far. It's not everyone's favorite map, but Circuit Royale definitely a map that they've chosen twice already. So something that they're familiar with. I believe this was the map that they won against Old Ocean to win the series.
Yeah,
I know it
so.
was played versus Old Ocean. I know we've only had 3 days of matches, but sometimes my memories. Yeah, that makes sense. That's I mean, look, everyone knows, anyone who's watched any competitive Overwatch in the last 3 years, ever since Circuit's been released, knows that what this map's composition is. You're running Sigmas, you're running Widows. If that doesn't work out, maybe you have to go to an Ashe. But then the question always is like, what support lines you want to run? Because you can see Lucio, you can see Brig, you can even see a little bit of Zen. Zen was a little popular last week when we got to day 3. Some teams running the Zen, get that extra damage in there. It's also possible that they'll run Illari because Surmajet is coming in for Falcons. Now, it's going to be either a Zen or an Illari.
I like that. I think Zen is a whole lot of potential. All the maps that you can play Widow always comes with Zenyatta because of the snipe potential and how much you can care if it's a straight lineup.
Yeah, so, I mean, Zen can be good here too because you obviously know you're not going to get Dove on because the other team is going to be running a Sigma, so you're a little bit safer. I mean, the problem with playing Zen at the highest levels is that Zen just kind of gets deleted right now against Dive. Like, you get a Winston and a Tracer in there, that Zen is just dead. There's no two ways about it. So, yeah, I could see either Illari or Zenyatta from Surmajet. Both can be good. Illari is obviously going to, struggle against a Widow a little bit, but Surmajet is so mechanically gifted that I wouldn't be surprised if he goes with the Illari. It's also a decent map for pylon placements because you are just kind of playing around this horseshoe, and there's really no good angles for the opposing team to get in and take down your healing pylon.
And especially the maps that you don't play as often, there are more places that you can hide that pylon, and the opponent just takes a lot more time to find it. And sometimes if it's a losing team fight, and the team just goes like, "Oh, we lost the team fight. Let's just find the pylon." That's like the second mission for some of the teams that are losing the team fight at that moment. That's exactly the importance level of that pylon for the healing. We'll see what the team comp is. I do like the change coming down from the Falcons. I think it's one map they would love to have. I think for the DPS lineup, staying with Happy, I think it's a good idea. He really needs to get gel into many different players on stage. I think it's time that they need to invest in the first couple of weeks for Korea for those big matches happening in the other weeks of Korea. I believe it's week 3 against the Raccoons and Poker Face right after. It's not towards the end of the season. So better to get that chemistry going on early on for the team.
Well, Happy playing just the pure Tracer in the last map makes me just think that they're really just going with this DPS lineup. I don't know if it's, Proper has the say in who he gets to play with, but it signals to me that Stalker is not going to play much. And maybe I'm wrong, maybe they'll bring him in to play something else, but I mean, the Happy pickup, it did kind of signal that they want the flexibility that maybe they don't think that Stalker provides. I've always thought the Stalker is a very good player, but, Proper can pick up the Tracer, so I mean, I think they just don't value having just, Stalker's hero pool in it when both Happy and Proper can be very versatile in what they run.
So, towards the end, maybe they will have some map-specific DPS. For now, Happy just gelled into the team. Maybe getting used to Surmajet. Seems like he's having a good time with the teams. So it's Hanbin. No more Smurf. can certainly come back to the next map, but for now we know Hanbin's the right one for Circuit Royale. Is the second map. No changes from VEC. I think they were good to go. Let's see if Gurum still stays on that Diva. I think we'll see some different things coming out from this guy. Certainly the selection.
Yeah, we are going to be going in. I mean, yeah, you kind of have to run Sigma here. I mean,
Yeah, you do.
this map's comp is just like
It's a
completely figured. It's completely figured out for the most part. No one's even really been experimenting on this map for a while.
I wonder what kind of meta.
actually, you know
or
what?
balance sheet- Yes. Next.
I think Dart played Venture on this map, if I recall, a couple times. So Minut's going to be the hit scan. And he'll play the Widow or Ashe, whatever it ends up being. But Dart actually had a couple of really interesting lives on the Venture. So I think that might come out from the fact that might be the wrinkle that they like to put in.
Widow. Oh, there's that Venture. Talking about the Goro.
It's been like Dart's best hero when like it's actually just been Dart's best hero. There was I believe it was the first match they played where he was just struggle busing on the Echo and then switched to the Venture and ended up putting so much pressure on. I like the Venture in theory here. I'm just gonna talk over that. That wasn't very good piano play. Because it puts so much pressure on the Widow a lot of the times, where you're just burrowing and you're going back, and either the team peels for that Widow hard, or you're just going to lose the Widow. The Venture is just going to 1v1 the Widow without a doubt.
If that happens, Chopper. Coming back to Venture. Mirror matchup for the DPS. We have a Laurie from Majed. Are trying to
Already just going after that Widow.
Oh, drop her down. For the surprise there. And just Sigma. Press. Alright. Dashing out of there. No big dangerous moment from DDC yet.
Yeah, Ventures almost feels a lot like the DPS Doom of old, right? You go in, you hit all your cooldowns, hope something dies, and if not, you just leave and you come back again. Come back again, and when your cooldowns are back up, and you just keep trying that loop. Happy sends Dart back to spawn.
Oh, that's one
Should
good early open up for the Falcons. All it took was the Dart to just overstep his lines a little bit. And going to the side of Happy. Right at his crosshair. So here comes the U-turn. Half moon. Horseshoe, whatever
They're
you
able
call
to
it.
set up. Yeah, they're able to set up and get around the second corner.
It's a good push. They actually pushed a lot already. 70 meters plus. Going straight down. And it does have his target. Second good headshot. At the pylon first. Oh, what a shot! Widow battle in HP. And healed up. Without Sir Majid. Shooting a little bit. Always have to watch out for that Widow shot. 3 minutes from DC and Happy from Falcons. Matrix up. With the fight. Everything. The blocks out there. Gurum. They're winning hard. Oh, that's a painful death.
Well, Falcons now are going to have a huge advantage because they will have a support ultimate where Vec does not. Both teams kind of emptying their war chest just a little bit, but Falcons with the Flux and Captive Sun ready to go. We'll see if you can get some value out of Captive Sun. It's been such an interesting ult. Maybe you combo it with the Flux and see if you can actually hit somebody, but also it's kind of like Barrage in that sense where when you use it, you're putting yourself in such a vulnerable position, especially against a Widow player.
Flint, Flux, early up with the combo, as you mentioned. Some extra damage. Go down. Trade up proper, and there's a fire back. EC able to hold this position.
Yeah, I wasn't going to call that one too early because I've seen Dart take 3 with him on his way out. Like, Dart knows he's going to die and just goes all in.
Yeah, he just went all in.
Taking a couple out. Yeah.
Oh, we missed the
The
shot.
snipe onto Happy.
Yeah, we'll always have to watch out for this 1v1. So real good players.
Yeah, now I think you're just going to see Falcons wait a second and wait for Happy to come back, because otherwise there's nothing to check minute. They just switch over. Proper is now on the Genji, one of his better heroes. So not feeling the venture.
Maybe to deflect those shots. Start down. That's a promising sign for the Falcons. Testing what's over the fence for now. Happy gets another shot. Both DPS down for VEC has to retreat. All the way back. Can't get all the way back to the corner. Sigma, that time covered. Even Matrix up from Jinsung. Defensive use.
Panic. Yeah, they're going to have to get some value out of this. There was only 3 up, but spawns were not too far away.
Not much. Maybe they felt like they were trapped in the corner.
Yeah, I mean, the window buys them space. It gets them out. And it buys their Widow space, too.
Oh,
so they've got everyone back.
So shut down by Happy once again. This Widow has been doing so much work for the Falcons, especially from the front line. Proper. Strip track will take out that group. And getting near that second point. Here's Dart. As you mentioned, he's just doing his own thing. This time it doesn't really work out, but to put Falcons closer to that second point.
Happy's just getting the better of this Widow matchup lately, and he's putting Minute in a bad spot, so Falcons is going to come back in here. They're going to have nearly 5 ultimates ready to go. A little bit of a stagger there.
He's going in, placing himself early on after the second point. It seems like this push not so bad so far for the Falcons for 240 on that time bank. What's happening on the side? That's proper.
This has been the angle of attack for most teams. You want to be able to take this angle and then be able to push all the way to the right through the pool. Yeah.
Full team pressure from B. Back. Different side on. You really get that sweet headshot back Minute. That's a bit so hot on this map on the Widow. Blocks the way out. Seems like there's multiple grabs. The first one to go, and we'll continue with that combo. Sir Majed's captive son. Even more from Hanbin and Beck. Defense falling apart a little bit, even to point C.
Yeah, when they're pushing through that choke, I think it was pretty obvious that they were going to get fluxed. You could see that one coming a mile away, and then just a really good job from Sir Majed to be able to hit those and be able to use the mobility to knock people down. So just really well played there. The Ilari value has been huge, and again, Happy's just winning this. He's just winning these Widow 1v1s.
Even without the precise from Happy, that was incredible. Flux has to be used in Gurum EC. Him up for a second. There's a nano with the blade. Proper, it's your time to go and shine. That's a third. And almost a team white BC. Nowhere close to that payload. And that will be third. The Falcons, 120.
So the DPS just very little impact from Vesta. It's not only that Minute's kind of getting, rocked on the 1v1s in the Widow 1v1s, but you need to do just a little bit more. You don't always have to win the 1v1, but you have to be alive to create pressure, to create angles, and then it seems like Falcons have kind of figured out how to deal with the venture. They're peeling back a little bit. Dart got almost no value once he got past first point in this map, and just kind of always in alone, always trying to make plays. Like, this is what you're supposed to do, try to get on the Widow, but never really got the value. Everyone's kind of back and peeling for it. It's like the venture was just completely nullified in the latter half of that map.
Yeah, it's also because he's not really getting any help or helping hand from the other DPS. Minute's one of the worst maps that we've seen so far this season. As Happy has been just overwhelming on those shots.
Well, this is why you sign Happy, right?
Exactly.
I mean, this is 100% the reason you sign Happy is Widow can be phenomenal. Veteran, been around for a while, should be fine in a team environment, allows Proper to play, well, everything else, the Genji and everything, along those lines. So I mean, I guess they just weren't happy with Stalker's you know, thrilled with what Stalker was bringing to the table, so they signed Happy, and now they've got a full roster of 8, and they're using it to great effect. I mean, their tanks are both covered, but I've been really impressed with Sir Majed getting value off this Illari. It was kind of a meme in Stage 1. He only played the one map and played Illari on it, and didn't look that great, but it seems like they found maps and positions to put him in a good spot to succeed.
This time switching sides, Falcons defending. See if Mini can provide something else for the team. Still staying on the same. Widow and Dart on Venture. Push from BC. Falcons not defending all the way out. Placing himself on the side. Going to provide some poke. Happy once again. Dart take it down. Back trapped inside the room. A couple of members can't escape. And that's proper. Give me heals. It's gonna buy them some time. 2:52 to go.
They've just figured out how to deal with darts, and you know, it's funny to see Dart on this map because you see the exact same rotations. It's like there's nothing new that you can do on a Venture. Even that last life where he goes in the back, then he realizes he's getting caught, then the dash up to that high ground to try to get splash damage. I've seen that move before.
What a
I've seen that move before
Jinjung.
too.
Yeah, Jinjung takes it down, but this Widow duel has to win. Hard win. No blade, but there's a nano. On the proper. Up. Down that Widow. 4-4. Ooh, actually does get caught at that flux. Right at the edge. Let's have a chance for VC to push all the way to first point.
Chase is in there. Down to 2 minutes. That's probably 2 good pushes, maybe. And yeah, there's been absolutely nothing from Dart in the last 2 fights. Been dying very early, and it's still just been Happy winning on this Widow.
Slowly inside. A little bit Happy. Hot hands. This time Falcons moving all the way in the front room down, no tank. Minutes inside. So close to the enemy, and Sir Majed again and again. Aggressive pressure.
Really just got a good hold on this hero. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams try to run the Illari, but no one really gets value out of Captive Sun the way that Sir Majed has. And it's such an interesting ult. This is a fight that they have to win. No.
Not unless Darts just gets taken down.
It's fine. It's fine because they're going into their last fight anyway, so it's not the worst thing ever. But they've got all the ultimates to be able to use. It's just a matter of you have to save this rally to maybe try to live through a blade. You can't be losing people on the way out. Happy's on it, man.
Having some happy Overwatch time. It's happy hour for him. If the sights off, Jinsung needs to come back. That's 10 seconds at least. Has to pull off an early flux. Oh, he had some catches, but that's Happy again. Taking minutes downfield, they're gone. Off. Dart! Caught it this time. Finally the moment of this Venture coming hot. It only took them how many minutes? 5 minutes?
Yeah. I wish we could mod in like the Jaws music when Venture's burrowing. We do need see it now. I'm giving away my best ideas. Blizzard, we need a Venture shark skin, and it needs to have a fin instead of like the Rock Rumble.
Oh,
We need a land shark skin.
can you headshot the fin? Is that a thing? Oh, good.
No,
Cancel there.
just for intimidation.
Dragon Blade though, it actually did not hit the first point. Point 51 meters away from hitting that one. Or the extra time, Falcons shutting them down and with 0. And the production, even the production a little surprised. As that was the result, 3-0 score at Circuit Royale, a 2-0 mat lead now for the Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, Dart had like that one life that looked pretty good. I don't even know if I saw them use the ult in the previous stage on their defense, but obviously pretty one-sided there. Falcons finishing the map and then not allowing a first point. I mean, it's kind of reductive, but really happy was just getting more value on the Widow. Dart, it felt like you've got the one trick, and once Falcons figured that out, they were able to shut down Venture pretty completely there, because the rotations are almost always the same. They knew where he was going to be, made the peel a lot easier for his team too. So, I mean, Dart's Venture tricks on that map have been almost well documented now, and you have to wonder, like, you've got to be able to switch off of that to be able to do something else, because it just simply wasn't working.
Yes, I think when you choose the map, you have to have at least one or good two strategy to fight out, especially if you're fighting an uphill battle against the Falcons, and maybe target some more onto. There was some pressure against Happy, but not enough to really bring him down that many times. If the Widow's a problem on the other side, I feel like you do have to have some type of big switch in the team comp, even though there has been some other practiced comp. There has to be a solution on the spot, but that change was not being shown at all from VEC. I think that was one of the problems for being, even after choosing their own map. Of course, losing another one, they will have another map, but that's already 2 down. I think it's slightly leaning a lot more towards the Falcons, and Happy at least is showing a lot of more promising signs today on those hit scans. So I think,
well, what needs to happen with that Venture Widow comp is that your Venture needs to be pushing the opposing Widow into your sight lines. Like, that has to be the kind of the combination of, I'm going to be a nuisance in the back, I'm going to drill dash towards you, etc., and I'm going to force you into a sight line that Minute can take advantage of. That combination never happened.
yeah, it's been 2-0 so far. Falcons seems like they're back, but can they finish up with the 3-0? We'll have that answer after a short break. Welcome back, everyone. In the middle of the Falcons versus DAEJEON EEC. And Lijiang City is the map. They're just EEC is just taking us into the maps that are not being played the most. And I do like the choice, but maybe with a different team comp this time. Love it.
They picked Saravasa before. Saravasa is a map that Falcons have lost. They're 0-1 on it. But Falcons have not played on Lijiang City. So Vec, yeah, I mean, here's the thing is why, like, Flashpoint's a pretty popular map mode in Korea, as we see it played a lot. But Vec has not won Saravasa yet, so they're just going with the other one. They're just going to try it out for Lijiang City. Also a map where you can see some Venture. I don't know how keen I'd be to see Dart playing Venture again on this map, but I guess we do have to see if there's substitutions. We've seen, yeah, okay, so Chio's going to come in for Surmajed. I mean, you almost always run a Lucio here. Also, Chio can run pretty much everything. Surmajed has been relegated to the Ilari and Zenyatta comps. I also believe that you might end up seeing Smurf come back in here. It could be really good for Winston. It's a really good Winston and Nepal map. Otherwise, maybe Hanbin stays in and plays the Diva, which has been super popular on this map type as well.
Yeah, Lijiang City for the other regions, I think, including for sure Japan, it's just been Saravasa all over. I think that also includes a lot of Pacific. They just don't like to play on Lijiang City anymore. But I think for Korea, we do have a lot more Venture. I think that's one of the issues why we might have Lijiang City, not just Saravasa.
Yeah. Well, it's like, you know, there's kind of brawlier stages to Lijiang City, whereas, you know, when you open up on Saravasa, it's very largely like, it's very conducive to like poke, where you can run like an Ashe. I mean, I think if we would have seen Saravasa, you would have seen the Ilari come out for, I mean, Surmajed would probably still be playing. I've seen so much Ilari on that map because the mid fight is really good for Ilari. There's also just great pylon placements, where Lijiang City is a little bit more wide open in some of the stages and not very good for that. And it does seem more of a Venture Maga-y composition could be possible. So I see what they're trying to do here for Vec. Take Falcons to a map they're not comfortable on.
That's what they're trying, but might actually build a lot more experiences for the Falcons for the future. In fact, they looked really close for that first control, and then ever since that Circuit Royale, especially when Happy just turned on his maximum power sight. Oh,
yeah, they just got outclassed. They just got outclassed on the damage lines there, and you know, like I said, just Dart kept going to the well one too many times, and it just never. I mean, especially the second half on their offense. Like, I feel like Dart died first 3 times in a row, and then you got headshot right coming out of spawn, which just has to be like just demoralizing. So we'll see if they do anything different. Hanbin staying in is interesting. It does make me think that we're going to see the Diva, maybe a little Zarya perhaps. I love Zarya, but it hasn't been super meta lately.
Oh, good call. Zarya on this map. It's been okay with some potential of some more proper as Genji. I think we can kind of see what might be happening for the Falcons, but that's the dubstep. Get things ready. Lijiang City is the map, and Falcons finish us off with a 3-0.
Yeah, or you know, maybe even some Junker Queen. But it's gonna be Steve very likely. You know, I don't know if Unknown's been to the studio since the last spoke to him, but I said you got to turn up those crowd mics, man. We need to hear the chants.
Oh yes, I was listening to it. It's a little soft. It's the mic that's soft, not the
crowd.
Fan volume.
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't need to goose it. We have good fans. Okay, so I thought for a moment it was going to be the Maga, but kind of team stabilizing here.
Almost a mirror comp, just Anna and Kiriko difference. Fielder and Jinsung. We have the Tracer and Minute Happy. The Tracer battle has been pretty hot. If it's the same for the Control, let's see if that continues. There is Groot and Hanbin's Diva. Haven't seen that in a while. Purple on the back, but it instantly healed. On the field, we are having this merry-go-round. Dart is gonna strike first. Shield down. No Lucio. What speed?
They might be able to dive into this now.
And
The big question too for Falcons is Fielder can be a magician at getting value out of an Ana in a situation where you probably shouldn't, right? This Diva should be eating up nades and eating up a lot of the healing and damage, but Fielder is usually really good at lacing in these nades, even in situations he shouldn't. So that's kind of the little micro battle I'm looking at, being the only compositional difference between these teams.
that's exactly why Fielder is already at 90%. Almost having a nano just a minute or so. Stop it. The recall. That's a nano. Going with the chase, extra damage. We'll be able to do so. Built off that early nano for Fielder. He called out. Man, that was built so fast. Just one ultimate.
Yeah. Well, they needed it too because they lost Chio first in the last fight, and so they were definitely going to be behind on the sound barriers. Now Chio at 80%. If they can play a little patiently, they should be able to get up to it.
Let's see how Deck reacts to this sound barrier. Slightly faster for Lego. Keep the rush on from Jinsung. Let's see, where do they strike from? Going from the side, only 42%. So Beck, they do have some time. As long as they win one more fight, it should be their first point, very likely. Comes purple on Gurum. Fielder wanting to land that big purple. Still no rush, coming down. 4, 5 ultimates ready to go. There's the pulse, goes wide. I'm happy. Also a minute. Artless, ooh, gets stuck big time. No duplicate this time, as might just be the Vet just letting go of that first point now with those 2 deaths.
Well, they're going to throw bodies on it. I mean, I don't think they have any real thoughts that they're going to be able to bring this one back. Going to need a miracle. Trying to take people with you at this point.
What a shutdown from Proper there. Not really even have the chance to use the duplicate. Just a couple, no pulse bomb. And trying to do even more damage on the rotation. Yes, X.
I know there's a Diva on the other side, but I really prefer the Ana in these compositions because mostly you saw, like, for that point specifically, the Kitsune rush, like, drop it down and then Falcons just like, oh cool, we'll just leave, you know, like, because it's that circular map and they don't have to play in front of it. It's really, it can be difficult to force a team to play into your Kitsune rush, and you don't necessarily want that to be a zoning ult. You hope to get some more value out of it. You're always going to get value out of the nano. Like, always.
Yes. That's exactly what Proper got. Second nano already.
If he gets nothing here, and I just look foolish after saying you always get value out of the nano.
Let it go. Of course, comes from Falcons, but still got 3 more. Proper Hanbin doing some damage, even to destruct. Yes, you guys. Ooh, I think I've been holding that duplicate for about a minute and a half now. Maybe didn't really get didn't really have the perfect opportunity. Or back. There's the first capture for the second capture, I should say, for the Falcons.
Yeah, gonna need to get some value out of these damage ultimates for Beck, right? The duplicate has to come down. You have to get something good out of it. You might even dupe the Ana. Can be very, very good at providing utility. And I mean, the Tracer battle's been pretty quiet. Both with pulse bombs though now.
Yeah, because with a lot of speed and a lot of units in the air, imagine it's going to be hard to stick anything or just onto the mech. That's exactly where we were seeing minutes, expecting those pulse bombs to land on someone. Geo with the sound barrier early on, Proper Geo. Delivering so much more, and BC. It was a duplicate this time, but
yeah,
doesn't really match up with the team again.
It duped the Ana and got, I didn't even see a purple come out, really. Just got nuked immediately. Like, went to the Ana. I didn't see exactly what position they were in. Maybe it was a survivability ult, but to get absolutely nothing out of that duplicate is brutal. And now Falcons, 1 Flashpoint away from 3-0ing this series.
Yes, very close as PC. Doesn't look like the same team when they were playing. Oh, not Geo. That's a promising sign first. Geo seems to be the focus target for Beck today.
I think what's happening is I think they're diving the Ana, and then Chio is just trying his best to peel, and he's end up like, because I've seen it happen a couple times where he's jumping in front of the Ana as get down, Mr. President kind of thing. Yeah. And they might just be punishing that, but Falcon's still in a good position here. No one with the cap yet.
Yes. Much respect to Chio. That's a true support. Sacrifice will always be remembered.
Well, he gets back faster too, so really if you're going to choose a support to die, you would rather your Lucio die.
It's the third point. So many early on. Pulse, the duplicate, and Nano. Everything used by the Falcons. Effect, can they really hold it all after all this has been done? Delaying first cap at least. Their lives.
Yeah. it always feels unfair when you have a player like Proper on the Echo, because it's like no matter what they pick, they're still gonna get value out of it. So what an insane switch of events. So Minute gets in there and he's able to actually hit the stick on the Proper. Then Fielder nanos him, because again, you will always get value out of Nano. So Proper stays alive, works up to his duplicate, and then just goes wild on Tracer. And during all that, and again, I'm going to harp on it, I didn't see really any value out of the Kitsune rush, but I was fixated on Proper, so maybe they got something out of it, but I just feel like the Ana's a better choice here.
See, Jinsung's just stuck on that Kiriko for the entire match for now, but this could be the moment with real go Guru. Walking it down, there's a chase. With the sound barrier, Ana's the first one to go, and the second support on. The thing is, they're so far away from the point that they might just be losing on extra time.
Well, it's a full old team dive there. They finally got everyone coordinated there. They got the Lucio in position to be able to boost everyone and finally clean it down. Chio's gonna have sound barrier coming back into this. Actually, you know, say it again. Just gonna...
Oh, Minute also falls from the damage.
I mean, I guess
What's happened?
trades, you know? Yeah.
That's one of the better ways of saying it. Trades. They'll be back soon enough. Early sound barrier. Falcons, they want to go at this.
Barrier's good. They're going to be able to toss in the Nano here too if they feel they have an angle for it. Self-destruct comes out. It's the remake.
Oh, cannot get the reback. Minutes on the damage. Back. I can flip this.
Nano Proper.
Proper. Can you hold it? There's a flip.
Doesn't have the cooldowns available.
Struck all the way back.
Earlier.
Hamid's coming back with a Doomfist.
Nice sticks.
Beam. Damage is totally there. Proper, not really worried about anything. He's got the duplicate. To the next Diva. There's a flip for the Falcons. I think we're talking last seconds. And the overtime.
Any touchers? Nope.
It'll be it. 3-0. On Lijiang City and a 3-0 map score for the Falcons. Finally, they have a win, a successful win against VSC.
Yeah, we'll improve the record to 2-1. Control is very volatile, which is why I said at the end of it, I'm like, it's always so hard to take anything away from Control. Because if you lose the first fight, you're disadvantaged so hard anyway. So VEC looks pretty competent on Control. Circuit Royale, their map pick didn't go great for them, and obviously just got 3-0'd on Flashpoint. I think it's just compositionally, it's not working out perfect for them. And I know I'm kind of eating my words because I said, like, hey, you know what's good if you're playing a team better than you is switch up your comps and do something different. But it wasn't anything they hadn't shown before. They showed that Venture composition on Circuit Royale. And so it's no surprises you're not catching Falcons off guard with that one. And then I just think that, you know, Fielder's Ana ends up being the difference there because they're always getting so much value. And you saw how fast he's charging up the ultimate. And it's just a map where Kitsune Rush can't be forced. You can't force a team to fight on it. But yeah, player of the match.
Happy. Certainly deserving. I think we'll have a lot of Widow and some Tracer duels happening for the POTM moments. as this is the team. I mean, we were talking a little negative about the Falcons because of the result for the first week, but they are the Falcons. They still have the roster and the experience. Doesn't really go anywhere. It's just that we're having some weak, wild moments, wild ride ups and downs the first week, and then even in the majors, it was carrying on to Korea. But you know what? I think they'll be in a nice top 3 spot, maybe. But that that loss from Zeta was painful, but you know,
it's not a bad team. Yeah, Zeta's a good team. Like, they've been on the rise. Obviously, the results have been great, but Happy was more than serviceable on the Tracer. You don't always have to be winning 1v1s on Tracer, but the Widow just won them circuit. It was just a much better Widow. If he can level up his Tracer and start getting into that like top 5, top 3 conversation, that would be crazy good. But I think he was right. He was just like, yeah, I just needed to warm up. I took a break, and now I'm back at it, gelling with the team a little bit better.
We do have the POTM interview. West, back from the COVID break. Take it away with the translations.
인터뷰 만나보시죠.
G-Clef, we are here with the first player interview of the day. Of course, we have the man of the hour, who was also on stage earlier for the player rep interview.
감사합니다.
Of course, the win going to Team Falcons. And we have Happy on stage, so please introduce yourself.
네, 팀 팔콘에서 딜러 하고
And
있는
I am the
해피라고
DPS
합니다.
for Team Falcons, Happy.
네, 해피 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 아까 사전 인터뷰 때는 다르게 조금 더 해피한 모습으로 제 옆에 서 계신데요.
You look definitely happier than the player rep interview.
절로 나오는 경기가 아니었나 싶습니다. 오늘 승리 소감 들어볼까요?
So how do you feel about the victory today?
오늘도 완벽하진 않았지만
We weren't perfect today,
저번주보다는 더
but
좋은
I
모습을
think that
보여드려서
we
기분 좋은 것
performed
같아요.
better than last week for sure. So I definitely feel great about that.
자, 오늘 또 여유로운 운영이 돋보였던 팀 팔콘이었는데요. 네팔에서 99%를 뺏어오는 상황도 펼쳐졌었어요.
Of course, there was that moment where Team Falcons went from 0 to 99 to overtaking that round and winning it. So can you tell us about the momentum of the match from your perspective?
딱히 별 생각 없는 것 같아요. 그냥
I didn't really
생각한
think
대로
about it,
흘러갔던 것 같아요.
and
쉽게 이길 줄
I
알았어요.
네,
thought
자, 흐르는
that
대로
it was
오늘
going to be
몸을
an easy
맡기다
win,
보니까
so I just kind of left
이겨있었다라는
everything
의미를 말씀하신 것 같습니다.
to the flow.
자, 오늘 또 사전 인터뷰 때 코치님께 저번 경기 피드백에서 좀 메타 인지를 좀 변화를 시키고
In your earlier interview,
팀업 피드백을 받았다고
your coach said
했는데
that
오늘 또 달라진 모습 기대해달라고 했었거든요.
we need to have a different read on the meta.
보란 듯이 보여줬습니다.
Of course,
자,
that
그럼
feedback,
오늘
it
팀원들에게도
looked
한마디 부탁드려요.
it was implemented right away. So can you please say a few words to your teammates as well?
얘들아 잘했어.
And he simply says, "Good
너무
work, boys."
수줍으신데요. 자, 그렇다면 오늘 경기에서 좀 본인을 많이 도와줬던 팀원이 있을까요?
Who was the teammate that helped you a lot in today's match?
저는 한빈이라고 생각해요.
I
한빈이가
think it was
게임
Hanbin.
안에서 콜이 되게 좋아서
He had a lot of good in-game calls,
게임할 때 되게 편한 것 같아요.
and it made it really
네,
easy for
나의
me
게임을
to
좀
play the game.
편안하게 해줬던 한빈 선수를 샤라웃 해주셨습니다. 자,
course,
오늘도
making the shout-out to,
서클로에서 완전히 자리
한빈.
잡은 모습을 보여줬던
And
해피 선수였죠. 정말 무서운
he was
위메샷을
he was
보여주면서
happy. You were very
오늘
phenomenal,
만장일치
especially in
OWCS를
Circuit
받게
Royal.
되셨는데요. 자, 위메 싸움 굉장히 잔인했습니다. 오늘 본인의 컨디션 어땠나요?
So can you tell us about like how your condition was today?
지금 폼이 꽤 많이 올라온 것 같고
I personally think
오늘도
that
특히 컨디션이
I'm
좋았던 것
playing
같아요.
pretty well as of right now,
네, 그렇다면
and I
앞으로를
was
더
feeling very good
기대해
today. So
보는 시간을 가져보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그렇다면
yeah, I've been feeling really
마지막으로
good.
팬분들께서 해피 선수를 굉장히 궁금해하고 또 어떤 POTM
course,
포즈를 하고
fans
있을지, 또 세레머니
are
어떤 걸
curious about
준비했을지 지금 눈빛들이 다
Happy's,
초록초록하신데요.
you know,
자, 한번 볼까요?
fan service celebration and the POTM pose. So
볼까요?
can you show a little bit of the fan service to the fans?
자, 지금 다
Of course, Happy
카메라를
looking a little shy,
꺼내주셨어요.
but and with the fans having their cameras on,
네,
gives them the
자,
hearts.
이렇게 수줍은 큰 하트를 보내주셨습니다. 지금까지 팀 팔콘의 해피 선수와
And that was the
인터뷰
interview
진행해
with Team
봤는데요.
Falcons
승리
is
다시 한번
happy.
축하드립니다.
congratulations again on the victory. And before we head into the second match, I'm going to send it back to
저희는
G-Clef and
인터뷰는
Hex.
여기서 마무리하도록 하고요. 두 번째 경기로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 제타 디비전과 해적단의 경기가
And I
기다리고
think that is
있으니까요.
it
잠시만
for our
기다려주세요.
first one. HaeJeokDan versus Zeta should be the next match coming up. Don't go anywhere. We do have a little bit of a break when we come back. Second match of the night.
앞뒤가 있어 보이는데요.
자, 필살기 들어갑니다.
여기에 태양장렬까지.
네, 마치 한 명을 잡아낸 것처럼.
네.
자, 밀어내고 있습니다.
나도 봐라. 범인
와, 한 방에 한 방. 와, 정타. 야, 정타.
와!
체크메이트 쇼입니다. 와, 멋지네요.
제 팔자에서 이렇게 되면은 뭐 어차피 스태프들이 나눠 한번 쓸 거니까 배달은 우리가 나눠러 가면 되잖아 말것
예.
같았는데 그렇죠. 시간이 좀 아깝죠.
그래도 네개 잡았어요. 자, 페이스 측면까지 가나요? 설마 페이스를 직결 채우나요? 아직 가야 돼요. 무사태권 해야 돼요. 95, 97, 98, 99, 100. 승리의 집결. 좋습니다. 집결이. 아니, 힘에. 아니, 지금 뺏긴다요. 아, 페이스 지금 앞에 정리해야 되는데. 근데 이거 뺏깁니다. 이겼죠.
예, 이겼죠.
이건 이겼죠.
질 수가 없죠.
질려야 질 수가 없죠. 자, 올드오션 노린거 받아 결국 한 점 따냅니다. 진영국이 되는 건 밥 차이가 좀 많이 나네요.
네, 그리고 앞으로 호응해주려고 땡기다가 무리하다 갈 수도 있거든요.
지금 우리가 뭘 보는 거예요? 이거 시간 몇 킬로예요 이거?
지금 뭘
보는 거예요? 한 번도 안 멈추는데요?
이거 이제국 배다 이제국 집결 오기 시작.
왔어요.
근데 공학이 갔어요. 쓰면 조금 빠진 것 들었죠.
그러면 보는 겁니다. 이렇게 말이죠. 밥과 함께 든든하게 밥 던지고
3점 이거 끝났어요.
이거는
밀렸어요.
볼 것도 없습니다.
예.
네, 안타깝지만 저항할 수 있는 방법이 없습니다.
없어요.
이렇게 3점까지 들어가고 있는데요. 1초는 더 시간 준비하죠? 이렇게 마무리됩니다. 맞춥니다. 대치가 좀 안 되고 있습니다. 계속 밀어요.
이거 뭐 석양으로 견딜 수도 있지만
네.
이거 나노 태양장렬 4견디기는 약간 무리가 있어 보이는데요.
자, 필살기 들어갑니다.
여기에 태양장렬까지. 그러니까 한빈이 약간 디바라서
예.
들어오는 걸 걷어내고 뒷라인을 잡아내고 그렇게 가능했는데
네.
시그마는 그게 비교적 안 될 수밖에 없어요 지금.
해적단의 이 속도 뭡니까?
WCS에서 이제 날개를 좀 펼쳐야
그렇죠.
되는.
어쨌든 또 잡았어요. 나이프가 없습니다. 이거 안 되겠는데요? 제우쇼. 아니, 제우쇼 무슨 마치 막을 수가 없습니다.
오버워치의 미래는 밝습니다.
예, 아직도 우리나라에서 유망주들이 이렇게 터져나옵니다. 그러기가 좀 어렵고 그래도 집결. 복지 집결.
복지 왔어요.
예,
나는 프라우드.
아직 모른다.
근데 밟아야 돼요. 근데 제우가 캐치가.
아니, 그 벌써다. 아니, 무슨 서커스 하고 있네요. 잔잔 끊어치고. 야.
And welcome back, everyone, for the second match of the night. It will be HaeJeokDan versus Zeta Division. I know you're having a question: is it Zeta or Zeta? I often say Zeta. I think that's the right way to call them.
You know, the funny thing is, when I asked Seth that, he said, "Oh no, it's Zeta, clearly," and then he called him Zeta the rest of the night. So it's just interchangeable. It doesn't really matter. Everyone knows what we're talking about. So yeah, and then we were talking in the break in my Americanized version of HaeJeokDan. I do my best at it. I'm from the Midwest. I'm always gonna have a clunky consonant-driven accent, so it doesn't really work with some of the more elegant team names. But this would be a good one, really, to see where this pirate squad is at. I'm just going to call them pirates.
Yeah, we can call them pirates.
Yeah, just kind of see where they're at, because I think Zeta is now pretty much firmly in my second place, if no lower than third place team. And then reportedly, this pirate squad has been playing really well in scrims. So yeah, I mean, I could see this one not being a 3-0, but we shall see. It's a team that is chock full of talent on this roster. It's just a matter of when can they all put it together? Because Vin Dame has had good games and he's had bad games. Mag has had good games, he's had bad games. All across the board, these are inconsistent players. They just need to be a little more consistent to be able to rival the top squads.
Yeah, I actually wanted to talk about the same, especially Mag has been hit and miss. Oh, some misses were kind of a big miss. But there were some shining moments from this solo tank player on the team. Let's just call them pirates. HaeJeokDan, HZD. That's a hard one to pronounce. Just HZJD. The pirates. Let's see how well they can perform. Old Ocean certainly won, and they were able to get a map off of the Falcons, which was one of the big surprises, I think.
It was control. The Falcons, I think, are just bad at control.
Not anymore. Maybe that will continue, might not. You never know. Here comes the Zeta or Zeta Division. The rising team, certainly the rising team beat to Fnatic. And then we thought, okay, they're okay, it's Fnatic. But 3-1 versus the Falcons. That's a stamp of the season.
This Zeta team is so interesting to me. I mean, because we talk about, I just spoke about a little bit of the inconsistency that you have on this pirate team, and Zeta's it feels like they've grown out of it. Like Floor and Alfie, I used to find very inconsistent, but so far, and even the last couple months have just looked really good. The addition of HeSong is great for this team to be able to add in the Winston play. Bernard, we know how good he is. Violet, one of the best of all time, and Finn, we don't say his name a lot because he's just rock solid, just doesn't make mistakes really. So it's a team that's built for success, even without the giant, flashiest, big name players.
And Violet's always, I don't think we have to mention too many things about him anymore. He can get extra aggressive, a lot more than the others, of course, that you have ever seen. That's Alpha Flora. I almost thought that Flora Alpha was one of the better DPS from the first stage. And talked about the consistency. I do have to agree with that, but I think it was a lot more problem of more of the teamwork issue with some Bernard soloing play and maybe the supports. They didn't really line up together. I thought they were always solid, especially on the hit scans and the teamwork from the DPS lineup only, if you were to talk about it. But it seems like we do have to jump into the interview once again before we go into the match. Quest, you got it.
Thank you very much, C-Clef. We are back with the second player rep interview of the day. And we have the two player reps for HaeJeokDan and Zeta Division. And on HaeJeokDan side, we have Mag.
네, 매그 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 제타 디비전 팀.
And on Zeta Division side,
안녕하세요. 제타에서 메인 힐러를 맡고 있는 바이올렛.
we have Violet.
네, 바이올렛 선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 두 팀 모두 지난 경기에서
Both
좋은
teams
성적을 거두면서 좋은 분위기를
have performed very well
이어가고 있는데요.
in their last matches,
오늘도 승리 가져올 수
and
있을까요?
continuing on the positive momentum. Are you confident that
네,
you'll be able to win?
그렇다고 합니다. 자,
And
그렇다면
Max says
예상
yes.
스코어는 어느 정도로 볼까요?
And what's the predicted score for today's match?
3대 0이나 3대 1.
I think 3-0 or 3-1.
0이나 3대1 깔끔하게 빠르게 끝내버리겠다는 건가요?
네.
And he's very confident that he'll be able to finish the match that quickly.
제타 디비전 팀은요?
And as for Zeta Division,
저희도 다음에 3대 0이고
and we of course are expecting a 3-0.
3대 0 깔끔하게 결과로
we'll make sure
보여드리겠다라고
to
말씀해 주신
prove our
두
words with
팀입니다.
results.
자, 두 팀 모두 팀의 맏형으로 알고 있습니다.
Both
그렇다면
both
오늘
players on stage are the big bros of the team. So which of the little bros?
누가 받든 상관은
Well,
없어서
do you think you'll receive the POTM? And Max says it doesn't really matter who receives the POTM as long as we win.
그렇다면 바이올렛
And
선수는요?
as for Violet,
저는 오늘 알파이 선수가 받을 거예요.
I think Alpha E would receive
알파이
the
선수를
POTM
자랑해
today.
주셨습니다. 자, 이렇게 또 응원해 주시는 분들이 오늘 앞에 굉장히
Of course, we have a lot of
많습니다.
fans,
전석 매진일 정도로
well,
팬분들의
in the
응원과
crowd,
사랑이 대단한데요.
and of course
자,
watching
그렇다면
at home.
팬분들께 각오
So
한마디
please share
들려주세요.
a few words of resolution to the fans.
스크림에서 하던 대로 그대로 잘해보겠습니다.
We'll make sure to play as we did during
그대로
scrims.
보여드릴 테니까 걱정하지 마셔라라고
So please do not
말씀해
worry.
주셨고요. 그렇다면 바이올렛
And
선수는요?
as for Violet,
응원에 꼭 보답하도록
we'll
하겠습니다.
make sure to repay all your support
네,
through by
응원에
winning.
보답해서 오늘 좋은 경기 결과 보여드리겠다라고 말씀해 주셨습니다. 자, 해적단의 메우 선수, 제타 디비전의
And that
바이올렛
was the
선수와
player rep
인터뷰
interview
진행해
between
봤는데요. 두 번째 경기
HaeJeokDan
많은
and
기대
Zeta Division.
부탁드리면서
And
오늘의
before we
첫
head into the
경기
second match
네,
of the day,
가보시죠.
I'm going to send it back to G-Clef and Hex.
단단 매그.
Once again.
네.
기가 막히네요.
Mag.
그쵸?
중독성.
Oh. At the green casters for a second. Mag. Sassy.
They're not lacking confidence.
Just full of confidence and almost arrogant. In a way. Full of confidence. Oh, 3-1. Maybe a 3-0. And then Violet's like, how dare you say that on you?
Violet kind of chuckled at it too. You could kind of see him smirk. It's like, who? Dude, what? Come on, what are you talking about? Yeah, allegedly, this team has been playing really, really well in scrims. So you never know. It just really depends on, you know, how much stock do we put in the scrim buck market. I've never been one to really, you know, go hard on scrim data. I feel like scrims aren't really for winning. It's not necessarily the point of a scrim. Yeah, look, this Pirate team, they lost to Falcons. They ended up taking control, I believe, is the first map, and then they beat Old Ocean. So it's really hard to tell where they're at. This is, you know, as we start week 2 here, we're still kind of figuring out the power rankings, as it were, of all of these teams and where they're at. I could definitely see this not being a 3-0, although I do think that Zeta is playing so well right now, and it's not just this tournament, it's going back, and I do think there's a chip on this team's shoulder because that they missed out on going to the Dallas major, right? There's only 2 slots for the Asia region. Outside looking in there while they were peaking, and so, you know, in the tournament between the splits, they played really well. So yeah, this is a team that I still feel is getting better. And then, you know, HaeJeokDan, good talent on this team, have to be a little more consistent.
Exactly. Zeta, of course, will have much more favorite of the matchup. But still, HaeJeokDan, I think they have somewhat of results to prove. And you talked about the scrims. I'm also not a big fan of the scrim result unless I hear a word they're beating literally every single team. Then I would have some ears being towards that team. But good scrim results. And he was also saying during their interviews, like, "Oh, we'll play just like the scrims." I think they've got the confidence level, but on the stage, it's always different. It's not their team house. It is not their home. What they're playing at through online, oftentimes with the scrim. So we will see if they can pull off the same in front of the fans. The lighting on the stage, it's a total different vibe, and that's why we always talk about the experience, the big LAN tournament experiences that always kicks in.
Yeah,
I see you, the thumb signs and the V marks on the back.
This isn't, I mean, these players are pretty well-seasoned veterans, right? This moment's not going to be too big for them playing on stage, so I wouldn't really say any of that is going to be a big problem, but they're definitely underdogs, right? And they're looking for a sponsor. You've got them, you know, just on street clothes, and they're going against a team, Zeta Division, that's, you know, looking like a NASCAR jersey up there with all the sponsors that they've got on on their jerseys. So definitely, if you want to start attracting the attention of organizations and getting some support for your squad, this is a team you have to beat. At the very least, you have to look competitive against them.
Yeah, well, and the cheerfuls on the left, Zeta, Korea and Asia. Can you win both? Okay, sure. Zeta, what about the finals? What finals? The major, I think that's what that's what the cheerful is talking about. We'll see how far this top team can certainly go for now, as Korea will have 3 slots, I believe, into Asia. I think they have to take care of that first. The unstoppable force, the immovable object. How unstoppable are they going to be? Might be a little stoppable today.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting little headlines we've got going on now. This is a new wrinkle for OWCS Korea Stage 2. So I guess everyone is the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. We'll see. I mean, players just getting set up now as we try to get into matches here.
Yeah, I like this new addition to player camps, so you can get a lot of who they are, what they look like if you're just tuning in. And a lot of the viewers, of course, will know a lot of these experienced players from the league, but we do have a lot of new viewers kicking in, checking back into Overwatch, what's happening, and then here's Korea, the best league with the best players, and just checking out the old pros or old players. Some are coming back to the league, also who has been staying forever. I think it's a really good way of just catching them.
Mm-hmm.
What does that say? Oh, Zest. You got something on.
Why on earth
This
would
one's
you
hard to
ask me?
translate. This one's hard to translate. I'll leave that to Quest later on. I'm not as good as him. We'll give you the answer in chat, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah, I can only make out like the player names. I'm like, oh, that says Zest.
Zest. You got something.
I'm helping read. It says Zest.
Yeah, that's an improvement.
Well, there's no admins on stage, so I don't know exactly what we're waiting for here. As soon as we know what we're waiting on, we let you guys know as well.
But sex. And that's Zeta. HaeJeokDan. Let's see, I think. Okay, not yet the dubstep button, but I think we're getting ready. No more refs. Oh, just the refs on the back. No more tech guys. I believe we should be going in easily soon enough.
Okay. So Zeta, this is going to be the roster. The only changes that they have available are...
Water, H2O, very important.
Okay.
Water.
Yes, posture check and hydrate everyone right now.
Exactly. Keep yourself hydrated. And stretch! Very important. There it is, finally. Been waiting for this music for the last minutes. Here we go. Map number 1, Samoa. We do need that crowd mic though.
Yeah.
Soft.
Yeah. We usually lay out for that. And just listen to the chants. Nice part of the crowd experience, but we got to pump that up. Got to pump those numbers up. Get that volume up. All right, so Zeta Division, like I said, they've got another tank on the bench. Heesung has been playing really well. Actually, kind of rising star. But they know that HaeJeokDan want to run Winston if they can. Like, that's 100% Mag's wheelhouse. And so the D.Va is such a good counter to that, so we're always going to stay in and play that. Interesting cast, though, here. I mean, it's a decent stage for it. Kind of small, close quarters. It's actually a decent map for it overall. Samoa feels a little smaller than some of the other controls. You can take good angles with that cast.
Initial hit. Hawaii striking a little better. Flora! And on the other side, Lucio taken down immediately. That's a good open up. Fast. We just opened up the capture zone. Zeta getting the first capture, along with a second kill coming through. Alpha E on the mission. And that's a Winston who has to go back. Let's So
it's
neutral fights. Yeah,
it's so great for Zeta to be able to have, like, I feel like Alpha E is leveled up every year I've seen them play, and to be able to have someone like this flexible and pick up absolutely everything and be able to like not really lose out on anything when Alpha E is on the Tracer, and then you allow Flora to play their best heroes too, and I think Flora and Cass has always gone hand in hand. Twilight goes on early though, that's tough. Post supports now.
London on Genji. Good. Alpha E. Trying to do what he can off the side. Recall, low HP, taken down from Zester. Here's a turnover, but that's already 41%. I thought that was about 30. The time passed by so fast.
Yeah, Senjun Genji is nice there. It's a nice, like, kind of soft counter to the cast compositions. So, I mean, it is about as pure a dive composition as you get. And it's just up to Zeta. How are you going to catch this dive? Bernard kind of has to stay close with this team for PO. You can't really go after the opposing supports. Like, Zeta has to play this much more defensively.
Isumin to have the rush available here. That's the side. Mac catches Violet early. Zeta, even with that nano, Flora, can you turn it around? Teammate's already gone. Swiped off of the screen. Some chances. The stagger. Even worse. The punch to finish him off.
Yeah, and Noli ended up using Kitsune there too. So they trade out Kitsune for Nano. That's a trade you take every single time. These Pirates ready to go with the dive again, and so far Zeta with no great answer to it. And they're doing a really good job. They're just like kind of focusing Bernard down on the front line, and as soon as Bernard is down, everyone is just wide open. There's no peel for Zeta. And now it's done to DPS ults. Who can get some value? I mean, they tried to nano the cast and got absolutely nothing out of it.
Cass was holding that Deadeye. Now the nano might be a little weaker. The sound barrier and the blade together. Sunjun slashing through. That's a third. And the 3K comes along. Early. Two ultimates. Pretty good, Zeta. Willing to hold this, but it's already 86%. And a bit of a stagger on the Bernard. They release. Back
Still with this Deadeye. It's a hard ult to get good value out of, but they're going to have to rally in right now, Zeta is.
The Deadeye early on, Flora almost canceled that. But Meg! Oh god. Zeta can't really get back to the control. Of course, lost left and right, and that might just be with the overtime. HaeJeokDan taking the first. What a moment.
Yeah, and it's 142, but it felt like 100-0. Like, the moment that HaeJeokDan was able to, well, still behind the scenes sneak peek.
No one saw that.
Yes, director's cut right there.
Shh, no one saw that. Let's keep it a
rare. Yeah, that'll show up on the DVD extras at some point in time. I might even be dating myself by saying DVDs.
Blu-rays.
Yeah, Blu-rays. HD DVDs. So, I mean, just better value out of most of these ultimates, too. I mean, they only had to use one ult at a time. That one there, the barrier and the blade, just absolutely brutal. And Zeta Division is in this composition to be able to anti-dive. I mean, it's why you're on the cast, is to fan the hammer. It's why you're on the break to help out with the peel and the dive and the bash. Maybe feeling like they can't mirror this composition, so also going to try something different. Now Bernard is on Orisa. Not necessarily the most meta pick, but it's one of Bernard's best heroes. They had to change something because it wasn't very close last stage.
And over here, Volcanoes. I believe he was using a lot more Orisa, even with the last stage.
Yeah, this stage has been weird. We've seen a ton of Ramatra and stuff too on this stage.
Ramatra actually works really well here. You can get your team coordinated. Mac just gonna jump on top, still survive somehow through all that damage. Sunjun, focused. And then low, here's Alpha E, trying to do more damage, but nope, don't take it down. And the first cap does come for Zeta. What else? Strike. Alpha E from the side. A little help from teammates. Everyone back together off to the side. HaeJeokDan really rotating this one well, even though they lost the first cap.
Yeah, it's kind of bloodless right now, though, but the Orisa's doing a lot of good work with sustainability and just putting down a ton of damage and survivability.
Off that rush early on. Sound barrier for Violet, saving the team. Bernard was so low. beat comes down from Name, but Sunjun already down. Genji Liz. HaeJeokDan, so they turn things around. Alpha still on point. Best on the other end. Oh, look for a chance, but the team was already gone.
Yeah, really interesting stuff. I mean, I love the Echo play from Alpha E here to really kind of mess up with the Genji. Like, anything that gets through deflect is always going to be a huge boon to your possibility to not necessarily always kill a Genji, but pressure them out. So we will see a switch as an Echo of their own comes in for HaeJeokDan.
Really quick. Quickly done from Alpha E and Flora there. Yeah. Still keeping up 66% already. That's Sunjun down from the air. Violet, lost control, even has to top the rage. Primal, Mag, turn the tide. As this flip has to go through for the first. Yes, with the recall will survive. The entire team is there. HaeJeokDan push back the rest of the members from Zeta.
Yeah, they're just gonna get out a little bit. They're gonna retreat. Wait for the supports to get back in the front.
Oh! Painful. That's Violet. Those Violet things. Now some impressive moments from HaeJeokDan, pushing all the way back since, of course, they do have to catch up to 87.
Yeah, it looked like Zeta was trying to get out, but not really. They like half retreated and then just ended up getting caught there a couple of times. And now HaeJeokDan is going to be in a very good position with their own Kitsune rush. They can use it defensively onto the points, but I think they're just going to go full in dive mode yet again. It's just much harder to dive Bernard as a target than it was to dive with D.Va.
Oh, that just gets caught. I think it was Adeline. See the stun for a second. HaeJeokDan willing to fight. If they lose this, they will likely lose the point. The rush. Sunjun, Mag. No sound barrier was available there. The Terra catching one. But I don't think that's going to do it all along.
Nah, it's going to be a flip. They're doing a really nice job of like, hey, we're just not going to bother with Bernard. And they just jump over the top. You can, the thing you can exploit with an Orisa composition is the lack of mobility, especially once Javelin is down and used, or not Javelin, the Spin to Win is down and used defensively. You can just come up over the top and get both supports, and that's exactly what they did. Mag is so low. That 1300 went to 300 real quick.
He's angry. Wants to turn this and have some more delay. Charge up the ult, which is kind of far away after using that. There it is, with the duplicate Lijiang immediately taken down. An extra D.Va. Sunjun keeping this still with Mag. Which means Zest has to do a mountain of work in order to win this. Nar. Self-destruct?
It's a nice kill. The fact that they were able to sustain through that even when they got aggressively beat upon, it's nice for them, but now there's no ultimates really for either side to speak of. We're going to run a pure neutral, but yeah, the Pirates can come back and fight this.
Zest steps in for the overtime. For damage from Alpha with the stickies. Flora links in, goes in for the kill, doesn't get it, has to recall.
Kunai.
Flora with the pulse. On the bubble, Mag still alive, jumps out of there. Both teams trying to build the ultimate so hard. One early ultimate could win you the fight.
Zeta's gonna get there first if Finn stays alive.
Oh, Dame down. The sound barrier from Violet should seal the deal for Zeta. Mag just trying to do what he can, but without the supports. And Zest just recall for the extra delay, but that will be it. 1-1 tied score.
Feels like Violet just opened the fight with beats. I mean, that's one of the things that you cannot overlook with Violet is just how fast the ults charge, and mostly it's been so incredible to see on the Lucio over the last year or so. You know, Violet, obviously known as a flux support in his early on in his career, the Zenyatta, the Baptiste, always been really good. He's really turned over a new leaf and just become one of the top tier main supports in all of competition, and it's because he gets so much damage down, and it's just fascinating to see that he's able to just lap people on the Lucio, and he does it consistently to every other team.
Somehow, some way, he's at least over 20% up compared to the other support. And We'll move it to beach. Samoa 1-1 tied. Let's see if Zeta can swing this one into their favor. Max still on that Winston.
Can they keep Flora alive versus this aggressive dive composition? So the Pirates aren't pulling any punches. Like, you know what they're going to run. They haven't run anything different than they want to run pure dive, and I love it. There's a purity to just a dive composition, but you can't lose Alfie that early. Kiri is the new Tracer Eraser. It used to be Brig, but Kiri just looks at you wrong sometimes, and Tracer's dead.
Oh, this one fire back, Finn. There's not a Kiriko, but I can still do damage. Here's Flora, as you mentioned, can Flora stay alive against this dive comp. That's exactly why. Ooh, hold up.
Nice, yeah.
That's a big turn. Flip after 20%. I'll take that all day. You don't really need to use anything.
You don't really want to be fighting in close quarters against the Violet Brig. You're just going to get so much Inspire healing done there, and also, I mean, Bernard is going to be able to eat up a lot. So we do have a Venture switch. Venture can, you know, just another fine wrinkle to the dive compositions.
Boro, let's see where the dash goes into. Oh, flip! I guess Zeta just stepped out a little too far. There was Bernard on the back, I think.
Uncontested too.
Dive again to sleep dart, not good this time. And down with the focus. HaeJeokDan just going all the way. Might need to switch out maybe. Think about some team comp changes in the next fight.
That's a rally you don't love to use. It feels like rally has been so hit or miss lately, and mostly miss. Just the value is simply not there. Violet tries to use it to stay alive, but gets burned down immediately. So Pirate Squad taking the lead here. And now with Kitsune too, I wonder if they try to get aggressive with Kitsune. It's a more aggressive team, so you could almost leap in, teleport there with your Fury.
Oh, at least I mean not caught in the sound barrier. That was so close. That's the kill. HaeJeokDan still in this.
They have Prime already too.
Off of E, it's a double. Max still facing the target, even the rage. Really wants to turn this with all the uses except for that rush. They just switch into Cassidy, Flora. Alpha E hasn't really been focused during that previous E fight. The rush has to be burned. HaeJeokDan wants the flip. It's just not coming. Nano.
Really good job. It's really good stall.
On it. Now we find the perfect target as everyone just runs away. Still contested. Not there. There it is. HaeJeokDan finally gets it, but right after, I think Zeta will just steal that away. Especially with that monkey dead. All those resources for nothing.
And we'll see if Rally finally gets some purchase here, if Rally finally gets some value. Using it defensively is going to have to be perfect. Nothing really on the board for HaeJeokDan. Zest is going to have to find the Pulse Bomb, but really good defensive ultimate and Rally, and then the zoning ultimate from Flora's cast could be coming online this fight as well.
Yeah, Flora should be the target. There's Rally early on knows that there's going to be targets. Zest! Oh, the double! That's good enough to turn things around because Flora's still there. Yusumin, up E down. 2 for 3. And a little more HaeJeokDan. That pulse. I just have done it. Zest having the clutch.
It was all they had too. And then it was able to take down Violet and Finn. That's about as perfect as a pulse bomb as you can imagine. Now they're going to have the sound barrier of their own. Zeta have to play this a little bit slower. I mean, a Nano and Deadeye could do something for as far as zoning, but then the Genji can get in your face and you get bubbled on it. You can't really rely on Deadeye to get anything. I think you play it slow a little bit. You use Bernard to stall out the point as he was so good at, and you try to get this Nano boost up.
Nano's coming soon enough, Flora. With the Deadeye. Flora! Sweep headshot. Sound barrier. Let's cover the 4, but let's see if that is enough for HaeJeokDan. 99 to 99 Zeta. Quick break. And it seems like that one headshot was all they needed. Zeta coming back hot. Pulse. What a move from Alpha E. And that will be Zeta coming back into control. 2-1 score in Samoa.
Yeah, pretty close there, but like I said, you had to play for the Nano and you knew it was coming. The Nano Brig is going to give you so much sustain through that. Also, Finn hit a nice anti-heal, which kicked off that fight too. But yeah, Flora just doing enough to put Zest down very quickly. And with the Zest down, then it means your own Tracer is going to have plenty of room, or your own DPS going to have plenty of room without having to worry about that Tracer. Also, I mean, it supports your backline, doesn't have to worry about the Tracer bombs coming in or anything like that. So the pure dive looks really good for the Pirate team, but some nice adjustments came out from Zeta there too to deal with it. And I mean, when Flora can play the Cass on Samoa, like that's one of Flora's best heroes, his signature hero, and it actually showed you why. But decent play by Zest early on to try to dodge that Cass and the nice pulse bombs. Very close between these two teams. I do not think either way we're going to see a 3-0.
Yeah, I think it just came down to that last headshot, and Zest is coming in hot. They're the Pirates. They should be theoretically winning in the beach, but they did not. I thought that just made a lot more sense to actually for them to grab Samoa, because it just works like that. They're the Pirate. They should be taking over just everything that they can steal away from that beach. But Zeta, this comes in hot. Flora always clutching things. We have a small break before we go to map number 3. Wonder what the choice will be coming from HaeJeokDan. We'll take a short break. When we come back, map number 2. Welcome back, everyone. After that one map of Samoa, Zeta leading as a lot of people had predicted, but that was pretty close. HaeJeokDan almost took that out of Zeta's hands. That was Samoa, but push it is. Runasapi is the map. A lot of Korean teams actually taking us to this map. The new push. I like it so far.
Yeah, they picked it versus Old Ocean, I believe. So I mean, the interesting thing about HaeJeokDan is they were playing Falcons, and they chose Shambali, and they chose Blizzard World, and they lost both. So they're choosing a different map this time, learning from their mistakes. So yeah, Runasapi, it's just been the most popular push map lately. It's also a map that you've seen a lot of Winston play on, that you can just straight up run Winston on it. It's not going to be, you know, Caliseo, you see a little bit more Diva play on that map, and even like some Orisa still comes into play there, which would be right into Zeta's wheelhouse. So no substitutions for either side, and I think HaeJeokDan, like, I don't want to say like they're one note, but it feels like if they can play dive, they want to play dive. So it's really going to be interesting to see, like, if they win a map, what Zeta would force on them. Maybe Zeta would force like a Circuit Royale where dive is just not viable. So yeah, it's some interesting stuff from them. It was very close in the first round, and really I want to see how this goes forward. If Zeta is going to try to mirror HaeJeokDan, which I believe is going to just be like several variations of the Winston dive. I think that's Mag's wheelhouse right there. And yeah, they had some interesting answers to it. I don't think you can necessarily play Ashe against it. That kind of got burned out pretty quickly, but the cast was definitely an answer. You know, Fan the Hammer against Winston Bubble works out pretty well in a lot of instances. And, you know, Flashbang, it's not as great as it once was, but it's still annoying. It's the hinder onto a Winston, the hinder onto
Tracer?
Yeah, Tracer. Like, these high-level players, they're hitting those headshots right after a hinder, so Flashbang, still good. So Cass is still that anti-dive DPS, and it's right, it's one of Flora's best heroes.
Flora, left clicks, some headshots, and maybe bring your team closer to that victory. It's Cassidy sometimes. And HaeJeokDan, let's see their comp. Mag, certainly Winston. Sunjun has been changing a little bit. Some Venture, some Genji.
Echo.
Yeah, Echo. Ashe.
Okay, well that's an interesting addition to this composition. Like, as I've been describing it, so that the dive package is Winston, Ana, and usually like a Tracer. That comes in, and then you can kind of build around that with whatever you want, with that flex support and main support, or the main support and flex DPS slots.
Yeah, I think it's for the first fight here. Ashe. Can be lots of places where you can just hide behind the pillar, behind the walls. The Dynamite's just so much work. This first point. Behind the robot, Zeta just in better position. HaeJeokDan has to slightly come above. Where's that robot? I think that pushing forward. Flora. Good headshot coming through the distance.
Yeah, the Ashe is going to outrange early on, but as the map goes further along, there are points where the cast is just better. Bloodless so far, no kills.
Yeah. I think both teams are really looking for that sweet spot with the hit scans. With that potential Ashe or Flora kills. With extra step in from Mag. Didn't go all the way this time, Bernard. Still right next to the robot. 11 meters push, but that doesn't really matter much.
It's just be about the first fight win.
And at this moment, Nado's coming soon. The barrier almost completed. That's something that you should always look out for. Keep on checking Violet's ultimate gauge. Now the beat. Quickly, Donizumi just melted down. This is Zeta. Just quick with the dive with the entire team with the rotation.
Yeah, they get both of the supports too, and that's a fight where they used a nano onto the Winston as well. Those are fights you expect to win, but just really nice responsive beats. I mean, Zeta is just so patient too. You can tell exactly how they want to deal with this dive. No one's surprised when the nano Winston comes in, right? It's the most obvious thing
you
ever.
expect Mac to be in your face. That's one for once.
Right, and they just peel back, and then the beat is perfect into it, and they don't have to use anything else. Now, if they get pushed on again, you can also just use this Kitsune rush defensively.
They will have some time to do it. Zeta. There's Violet. Oh, Apai. Pulse. No pop for this fight. This is by the zone. Wanted to go for the trade.
Yeah,
just not push. Can they get the first point? They do need a couple more members. Mac might have to pop that rage. There it is. Survive and the bob's out. Good trade for Zeta. Just have to wait for a second. The dead. Push all the way back.
The dead cast.
What a moment. Mac pushing the line, perfect moment to dive in with the team. That's HaeJeokDan keeping their ground.
Yeah, Zeta put themselves in a weird position there to be on that edge of the cliff, and you know that Mag is going to have Primal. He didn't use it during the Nano Boost, and so to even try the Deadeye there is gutsy. I think I understand the greed of trying to do it because the Kitsune Rush was down. Kitsune was in a good spot, but the thing is, like, they went towards the ocean side rather than rotating the other direction, because the other direction had them definitely in sight lines. He's on his trouble.
Now the break though. At least the Nano has been out or been named. It's not Flora. He has a lot to do on his own. The pulse coming soon. That just does his work along with Meg.
Yeah, it's a one fight. Now it's gonna be put on the stall.
Some extra time born from Zeta here. HaeJeokDan, it seems when they push, it doesn't seem like they're using 100%. They're using about half of their resources or just a single. And it does work. Izumi seems to be the main target as Diana, but there are moments they can escape from that.
You have to on push. You can't be going all in on every fight because, especially if you're behind, which HaeJeokDan is, you have to win 2 fights in a row. This fight is going to be critical. Zeta does stop it before they get to 52. Zeta's still in the lead.
A couple of inches. Down with Eva. Angry Monkey on top. HaeJeokDan. Let's pull the first point away from Zeta. And it's a big accomplishment. Less than five minutes now, but that's a big comeback into this game.
Well, they will get forward spawns as well. I mean, that's why it's so critical to get these checkpoints. I think Zeta is going to have to be aggressive now. You have to win 2 fights in a row. Well, Violet's got Sound Barrier. We've seen how that goes for Violet on this map.
The rage is just out from Mac. Flores! Cassidy not as powerful on this map so far. Let's see how well he can survive. We'll have the barrier and the Deadeye combo this time. Do we really want to use it for this middle push? Maybe for the second fight and save it. Violet. Pop out on the ground. Not really popping the sound barrier yet. Just backing up. Buy time. Rotate towards the other side of the map. Find that robot in the middle. Here it is, Deadeye. Bubble to cover. Sound barrier just after that. The initial push from HaeJeokDan doesn't work out this time. Great cover from the support.
Yeah, I mean, they did everything they could to enable the Deadeye at the very least, and it gets some cooldowns out of HaeJeokDan that they really would like to have the bubble, and it forces Lee Sumin to actually nano Vindime, and he still gets nothing out of it. The Brig is fine in the neutral, but the Brig's secrets have been abused by tracers as well.
Yep. No nano available, that was the call. And finds the perfect target. Rage in an awfully weird timing. Just to sustain, buy some more time. But will not have that primal for the next fight. Zeta. Loving that call coming up from the Winston.
It was a nice Kitsune. I mean, it buys them the space that they need. But it doesn't get them any kills, so they're going to be able to go right back in here. I think the rally just gets popped and pushed back right away. There it is.
Yes, through the bubble. Zeta maxed out, self-destruct. No remake this time. Surrounded by 3 Flora. Hold up. This guy can pull off some miracles. Not when you're getting chased by the monkey.
I mean, the brig pick is just so good into the D.Va. It makes sure that D.Va can only play defensively, and then they're able to bully out the D.Va whenever there's a dive. Like, if D.Va dives in to try to get to the back line, Dame and these men have all the tools to be able to deal with it. So is that a division that ends up being kind of just defensively playing tank? The D.Va's there for the peel, the D.Va's there for when Mag jumps in to go after it, but Mag's been so creative with their angles of jump in that D.Va's not always been there to peel.
Did I?
Again.
Or the push with the sound. Ooh, Mag gets caught! Bubble on the ground. Might have been a little too far off.
Well, and then Zeta division actually just wins that fight, and they turn it around with less than 90 seconds left. HaeJeokDan needs to win 2 fights. They have to be perfect here. And really, Zeta is fine to just stall this out. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Kitsune just get dropped right around this corner. They've played it several times at this specific angle already.
Dungeon is here. Ash still can deliver. Off by about 14 meters. Up down Mac on the ground. I mean, ready with the nano. Getting with the robot. Less than a minute left now. Just in the middle. Bernard trying to delay. The rush early on, and the nano onto Mac. Off by he's so low. Not taken down. Laura. Bring all the damage with the rush. Speed up.
Pretty good kiting.
Low sustain. 110 left. There's the pulse. It's Finn. Mag will continue to push. HaeJeokDan
For Finn. Yeah, full clean up.
Next fight. Lob available. Sound barrier coming soon for Violet.
It's gotta be
10 seconds. You do it again, Violet. You stall that much time, or is it just gonna be the push?
They're fine. Alfie got there.
And the pause!
No.
Not the perfect moment. You have the pause. What's happening?
Well, that's an understatement. That's like the worst moment to have a pause. It's actually, I've actually seen worse where it's the middle of the fight. Right now, at least, they're both in setup times for this final fight, but D.Va just used boosters. Like, you can actually look at out of the game state right now and start planning out your next move because you just saw what cooldowns were used, etc. So I'm not sure what happened here. Usually those are auto pauses if something happens. We will let you know as soon as possible. But it's really, I mean, this is next fight wins it. That's it. Period.
It is not a technical pause. You cannot have these technical pauses in the middle of the game. No, that is not how it goes. HaeJeokDan did request for a pause, and we're going back in. I'm pausing in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Okay. Violet's got to stay alive. Four can use this for zoning. Final fight.
So just got Bob. Out of the wall. Early up. Got barrier. Keep the teammates alive. HaeJeokDan dropping like flies. There's no one else to cover. Seems like Zeta has done it again.
It's just Violet getting Soundbarrier. It goes back to Samoa. Violet says Soundbarrier twice in a row, and he's always got it. Always goes so fast. Oh, that's right. They are actually behind on this now. I totally missed that.
They pushed one meter more. 1 meter more. Didn't actually see that too.
Yeah, Zeta is. coming up on it too. Okay, so I said final foot last time. I mean it this time.
Oh, May. The stall. Deadeye. To get that extra mile. Ice wall. And that seems to be the target. The pulse. On the ground. Not this time. This is May. Will that turn back down? Been able to push. The speed. Zeta, they've got it. And this robot all the way in. Zeta 2-0. HaeJeokDan couldn't deliver again. Came so close.
Well, you know, I was talking earlier, and it's always so map dependent about how, the Nano is going to get value here, whereas Kitsune isn't. They got value out of every Kitsune there towards the end. Vin was dropping them perfectly. They were also getting value out of the Lucio pick. So just a really interesting difference of support lines. The Kiriko and Lucio, which is obviously the more comfort picks for this Zeta team, ended up getting a lot more done than the Brig and Ana. There were moments where the Brig was able to bully out Bernard, and it can be very good against the Diva, but really the Nano wasn't winning fights for them. The Rally wasn't winning fights for them. They weren't really getting super value out of it, and you're nanoing your Brig a lot of the time too. So it's like, yeah, it's sustain, but there were playmaking ults from the supports on Zeta, and it was just not only barrier, but those Kitsune rushes. If you think like the last 3 fights, Kitsune won 2 of those. The Winston's in, fan the hammer, and Kitsune rush, puts out a hell of a lot of damage, and so they're able to bully Mag out, and yeah, really, really good support play from Zeta.
The Kitsune rush plus the Cassidy, the DPS that you can pull out at those seconds of attack. Yeah. Winston's going to melt. The bubble's going to be gone in just a second. So I think that's the lineup that they were thinking. The damage was crazy. Do have a small break after map number 2. Let's see if they can come back. HaeJeokDan down 0-2. Can they really come back, or is it going to be Zeta Division with another 3-0 of the day? We'll have that answer. What do you know? As we come back, Zeta Division 2-0 up against the HaeJeokDan, the Pirates. Pirates came close, certainly, in the last few seconds of the map, but Zeta always coming in strong. At the end, it seems like there was a bit of a fumble on both maps. And now, I know Wolf really wanted to have a King's Row. Here we have it in Korea.
It's interesting because Zeta is really good at this map. Isn't this the map they just kind of rocked Falcons on day 3? And I say that like I don't know. This is the map that Zeta beat Falcons on in day 3, and they did it with a full hold. So it's an interesting pick for HaeJeokDan to pick into Zeta Division, but I think, we're early enough in the meta that, you just pick your best maps. You don't really worry about the other teams so much. It is still pretty early as far as what teams are good at what. And it's, it's a map that you can 100% just run Winston on all the time. So it makes sense, and this would be a map that maybe Mag wants to play. So you run Winston, you run Ana, you run that dive package. It works well on every stage of this map, so not a huge surprise, and profit will come in for Sonjo.
Not a huge surprise, I would say. Their dive did work on this map. I think they do have to secure the backline. And here is HaeSung.
Yep.
Bit of a change of both teams. The line.
Well, that would be the Winston to come in and play that. So.
That's like the 43-gram super light Beast mouse. It's so light that your mouse can just fly.
Okay. Probably got special skates on that too.
Yeah, it's so light that didn't really fit in my hands, but I guess it does on HaeSung.
Yeah, HaeSung is an interesting player who's come in, and they've really not missed a beat. I mean, you're essentially replacing Fearless on a team, an all-time great, and look good. It just looked really good. And is one of my, up-and-coming players to really watch out for, and adds everything this roster needs. And I mean, essentially now it's such a weird tank meta. Well, it's not weird. It's just interesting to see how tank metas have evolved, where just you have Winston ball specialists now. Sigma, you used to have Sigma specialists. I mean, you never really, so it's just one tank plays everything, and then the other tank plays Winston and ball. Like that's kind of been the meta on these Korean teams. The only teams that's pulled it off with only a single tank doing everything has been Toronto Ultra in North America.
Yeah. As this tank meta, I'm just glad we're out of that Malga festival. Malga Fiesta. I won't say festival.
What an ice cold take. I like where Maga is now in the meta.
Yes.
Can get cycled in, is totally viable to run, has nice ultimate combinations, and has good sustained combinations with a Pharah. There's some cool stuff you can do with a Maga, but it's not 100% must pick, must run. That was just busted. I think everyone recognized that immediately, that the sustain on Maga was just a little too high. So it'll be interesting to see what profit comes into play. Maybe Pharah? I've seen a lot of Pharah on this map. Can be very good to really pressure out the long-range hit scan. So Pharah Ashe has been a good combo on this map. You can also run Tracer here too. So it's just a matter of what they want to put on for the extra dive potential, because I'm pretty sure that they will be running the Winston.
Yeah,
but
Winston
could be wrong.
The dive. Maybe some Widow for the peak from the attacking side. And that should just be it. I wonder if they will just set up on the second floor all the way back and just wait for the opponent.
Usually, I mean, what happens is you get this... If you're attacking with the Pharah, you can pretty much just spam out the first ledge, and then it forces your hit scan into the window. And then it's a matter of, can we get to the window? Can the Winston dive to the window, or can we even spam it out with rockets? So it's interesting because, in a normal comp game, where, you know, most casual players would be like, well, you can't run the Pharah into a Widow or an Ashe. And these pro players are like, no, that's exactly what you want to do. You want to zone out the Widow or the Ashe with a Pharah. So that's been kind of the early meta, especially when you come out. Then if you gain positioning, sometimes you'll see teams switch off of the Pharah, maybe onto an Echo or even a Tracer to help out. But long-range hitscan has been the name of the game on King's Row first, especially.
For such a long time. First, well, there are some full holds on this map if things just don't go right. If you can't really break into that back line, let's say not back line, all the way back second floor. Some teams just have a horrible showing breaking into that. And there are some weird rotations where you just speed up, rotate through the cafe, and just stick yourself into the corner of the back patrol for the first point.
Yeah, Zeta versus Falcons was full hold and full hold. Full hold and fuller hold.
Fuller hold.
Yeah. A lot of first point action. And it was related because Zeta was able to play double flex, if I recall correctly, because Violet was on the Kiri, and I think Finn was probably on the Ana. I'd have to go back and check, but I'm pretty sure that was the case. And then they were just getting massive Kitsune value because anytime the Winston would jump in, they would just drop Kitsune rush at the point, and Violet was taking flank angles and just railing in these the primary fires and getting ultimate up so fast.
See if he can't do that again, which he pulls off often. A little too often, as you can't really see that coming out from any other players from Korea.
Yeah, well, it's dangerous, right? It's a huge risk, but that's what Violet does.
That's what he does, and that's how he goes down.
Violet's like, you know, and everyone knows this too. Violet will be responsible for the best 2 minutes of gameplay you've ever seen, and in this same map, be responsible for the worst 15 seconds of gameplay you've ever seen. You know,
Yeah,
so it's like it's awesome as a spectator. It is actually just awesome to watch. You never know what you're gonna get.
Responsible for lots of prize pool or lots of lost prize pool too in the big stages.
But you know,
lost
like
moment, gained moments. That's the risk.
It's crazy how highly regarded he still is based on the amount of gaps and weird stuff he's done. He's done so much good that it outshadows those things, which is insanity.
Insanity should be the word as we go in. I would like to see some, not Hearthstone.
That's a really old patch.
It is. Oh, no skins whatsoever.
That's a closed beta Hearthstone.
That's like Paladin from the Secrets, the original Secrets.
They need to update it with Battlegrounds. You know, that's the new hotness in Hearthstone.
Even the Battlegrounds been out for a long time now.
Yeah.
So here's the Widow. You saw? Doomfist. Doomfist.
Nah, you never read the offense.
Died?
Never read the offense. I mean, they're going to run the Winston. That's why Heesung comes in. They're running Winston. So defensively, this is absolutely not surprising. The Winston Tracer now in a package. And then Prophet's in to run the Ashe. We'll see if that holds up on the offense, but this is... Yeah, you know exactly what's going to happen there. They put Prophet behind the Brig as well. This little shield combination.
The shield cover.
This is Violet. Violet!
Oh, the snipe! He's done it! He can just chill. He can go to the restroom for this match.
Well, he shouldn't have done that.
Oh, hold up.
Clip it.
My words.
This is Violet in a nutshell right there. Clip it. That was it. That was fantastic. Okay. Yeah, there's Alfie is going to be on this Mara, and this should really just deny window. It does seem like Pirates are setting up here.
That's a quick first.
It's pretty good.
If this is your first time watching Violet play, that's what he does. Don't report him, okay?
I love it. I love it so much. I'm grinning through the ear.
It's always the same after years and years of Overwatch competitive.
Okay, so
that's
Zeta,
yeah.
Zeta in a very fine position. They're gonna have the long range hit scan, or excuse me, yeah, long range hit scan coming out, pushing on the cards. So far, we're just waiting to see who ends up with this nano first. It's gonna go mad right away. Gets to the back line. That's dead.
It's not purple, but with the nano boost, it's able to handle that easily. Zeta, they have a lot of room. They still have about 5 minutes. 4:44 now.
And the dive just been clean. I mean, you expect to win that fight. You nano your Winston and the Tracers in with you. There was no one there, no peel. You know, now that they're not running the Diva, the peel is going to be much harder to pull off because oftentimes HaeJeokDan is going to be in the background too. So when you're mirroring this dive, it's a matter of who gets the support line. That's essentially what's going to happen every single time. There's the nano on top.
Nano. The barrage catches 1, 2. And HaeJeokDan picks up the second. Rotation attack with HaeJeokDan. And auto rotation in from Zeta. Nano, barrage, and the jump was enough to break the entire team of HaeJeokDan. Had 3 ultimates. Seems okay, but that's putting the card very close to that second point.
Yeah, pretty nice. I mean, this is where Kitsune really shines because if HaeJeokDan want to fight and contest the second point, they're going to have to fight in Kitsune, probably against a Kitsune Bob.
Exactly. Called back. Almost burnt, has Pot the Rage from Prophet, and also this calls everything dropped down from HaeJeokDan, the rally. Mac does his job, gets his double, and a third into a 4K. Fighting against his own.
Maybe not. So one of the great counters to fighting in a Kitsune is just knock everyone out of it. Absolutely. If you don't want to fight there, the primal is so great to just take people out of it. It's, you know, the area of effect ultimate, trying to get some work done, and then the nice rally too. It's one of the very few times you see rally get a ton of value, but when everyone's clumped up and everyone's going to have to fight in that area until Mag throws down the primal, just nice stuff there. 2.5 minutes left for HaeJeokDan, and they're gonna have a nice sleep.
Dark. Nano for Mag. He pulled it off once again. Ooh. Great fire grenade cover from Izumi, and just sleep dart. I mean, from Finn. Good cover from Zeta. Bought them a lot of time. And they kept to the second point. That's sleep and the cover from the body grenade. Finn. What a moment.
These dive moves can be so weird because it's like you're playing 2 separate games. It's you know, which Winston was going to get to the backline more, which Winston can separate the sight lines a little easier. HaeJeokDan is going to switch to the Ilari. Good pylon placements here on this last stage.
Up it all the way up. Shot on the Flora. This high ground fight is always very tough off of E. Striking, there's a nano. Potential barrage. Almost the double recalls out of that. Max Primal. We get more, there's a lot of low members of Zeta. Angry Monkey still jumps on top. Keeps on pushing. Purple.
Staying alive. Meanwhile, Alfie had just crushed the entire back line as well. And now it's going to be round 2 of dive as Zeta's going to try to push HaeJeokDan in as well.
Defensive bob from Prophet. Rush. Keep them near the respawn. The Prophet coming in hot this time. 28 to go for Zeta.
Flora's going to have a Bob of their own, and no Prophet to really be able to put in the damage you need on the Bob. So if you can fire this in there right now, there's not really anyone who can take him out except for a sleep dart. So ideally you dive in with HaeJeokDan and maybe make them burn sleep. You can wake up with the primal, and then Bob can actually run wild.
They're looking for, there's the pylon. Got the sun. Can't find anyone. Burn it down. As the action has been in the room. Off to the side. Purple. keeping their final ground. I think Zeta, knowing that they have some time, I think they're stacking that nano coming soon. The Bob, the Rage.
Violet on the flank here. Not really too much of a flank. It's just whenever Violet does anything, I'm amused by it. There's the sleep out. Now Bob's in.
Nano. Off at the purple in. Oh, immediately burnt down. HaeJeokDan. In your face, right next to spawn. This could be the moment. 4 meters, 2 meters, 1.8 FA5. And that should be it. No one else touching. 3-pointer for Zeta.
Yeah, you're absolutely right that they were just kind of saving up ultimates there to be able to use them all together. They had lost, I believe, their Tracer trying to go in last time, so they were just very patient with it and were just holding on. And like I said, you know, you want to get Bob in there, but you don't want Bob to get slept and get, you know, value out of it. So you throw in your Winston, and you're going to bait out the sleep, and then you're going to be fine because you can end up probably wake up. The sleep is only negligible for the moment, and also, you know, tanks with the passive. So this was a lot about just getting the dive in and getting it executed properly. Nice plays for Prophet, you know, to come in off the bench cold after 2 matches and be able to hit those headshots. But you saw the tank value just trying to pass each other in the night, and eventually Zeta is just able to stack enough ultimates on top of each other to finish that last point. And Zeta, you know, was able to full hold Falcons on this very first map. So
We'll see if they can do it again.
I felt like,
seems to be, yes.
Well, it was like both. It was like Zeta's good, but also Falcons kind of threw it. So I don't know if it will be able to repeat that action again.
Don't know if Violet will repeat that action again.
Well, he's been taking this this off angle like
HaeJeokDan? Oh, the Widow delay. Okay, get it?
Yeah, but they just
they just
teleport out. Yeah,
without the Widow. Sleep dart on Brig. Aura on fire.
Be careful.
Punches his teammate for it. Pretty much shot there. Prophet's doing some major work in this game already. It seems like the full hold is not going to be there this time. Still on mag. FHB still there. Just to be called out.
It's saved by Violet at the very end. Violet's now back in the mix.
Sleep is good. Been some great sleep dart. King's Row. 87%.
Suzu.
Quickly done. Violet trapped in. Mag with the purple will delay. Unless Zeta can get immediate kill. Yeah,
So
just gonna back
not
off.
gonna go in, yeah. Takes a lot of discipline to not go in there as well. I mean, you really want to be able to push it, but if you push that and you end up losing the fight, if you lose your main tank, you're going to lose control of this archway, which it's such a coveted defensive position.
Zeta, they understood that a lot of ultimates are coming online. We'll pull back from the first point. That will be one. HaeJeokDan, good enough to get the start. 437, not as much as Zeta had. Still good time bank to go through. There's Mac again. It's a big jump, and HaeJeokDan. Pop out, Nano Mag. Flora. Just to survive.
Yeah.
And he does survive at the end. Guess that was worth it with the Bob, just 2.
The onus is on the offense here. That's why Zeta Division was by not pushing back into this point, because it's a natural choke point here, unless you want to try to come up through the window, which is not going to be ideal. So this is an area where you can get value out of Kitsune. So that's, I mean, it's been the difference of the support lines throughout the whole series is they're running Violet on, or they're running their Kiri versus a Brig, and really the Kitsune is much more of a playmaking ults. Now it's going to be off the table.
More treated. More from Mag. And the primal comes in from Heeseok into the room. Can't escape. This Zoo with an angry monkey, and you're trapped in it. Guard. Great guards coming down from Finn and Lee Soo-min.
Okay, 3 minutes left. There was a nice stall there, but now the tempo is in favor of HaeJeokDan. You use rally offensively here to try to get maximum value out of it. You rally up, give everyone a little bit of armor, and let Mag jump in with that extra health. It's going to be interesting. Like I said, it's the ultimate difference between these support lines. Two minutes.
Profit down early, Apai. HaeJeokDan not willing to use everything after the focus.
Kitsune versus Rally. The Kitsune just gets so much more damage done, and Violet uses it just for himself a lot of times. It's in perfect position, and they're going to be down that hallway. They can't escape quickly enough. The Rally just doesn't do enough, and they're able to just throw in so much damage that it just burns through it. HaeJeokDan is still in a fun position. You have your nano ready to go, and there's no defensive ults really for Zeta. They're going to have a nano of their own, actually. We might just see Winston's just jump over each other here, going to the back line.
Which Winston we get to see? Yes. Rotation. Bubble right next to the payload. Nano's in, but Zest is lost. Violet does it again. There's a headshot.
Slept immediately.
Ooh, that nano was just dropped and lost from HaeJeokDan, the one tool that they needed. Get this extra push. And a bit of a stagger on Lee Soo-min, just stops him down.
Zeta in great position now with their ultimate economy. In really nice spot, only using the primal. You know, at these top levels, and it's just about efficiency. But Finn has been playing really, really well. I think, we don't talk about Finn enough, kind of the unsung member of this team, but enables Violet to play the way Violet plays, and also just hitting mechanically difficult shots.
Not saving the DPS. Oh, there's a stick. Lee Soo-min up E. Now Mac has to pop the rage to sustain. Here to keep it up. Don't know if that was all worth it. Alpha E gets another. Mac going a little wild monkey mode. Zeta would just hold the ground. These still have 3 more ultimates to go.
Well, we're almost near the last fight. Vinheim needs to stay alive. Okay, 90% will stay alive for this rally, but you're only 30 seconds left. And if Pirates end up losing this fight, that is a long and salty run back.
The bots out. Then off to the side, the rush on the alley. Laura Alpha E. That's already too many down. They're losing profit. HaeJeokDan just had a lot less DPS. 14 seconds to go. Zeta pushing them off of the payload. And anyone touch? Sobra?
Any touchers? No touchers in chat. Rally's just not as good as Kiri's ultimate. Sorry to cut you off there, but that's just the bottom line. We saw it happen several times in those last couple of fights. When you've got a Kitsune rush up, and you've got a rally up, Kitsune wins every single time, and the damage output is just way too high. We thought this one was going to be a lot closer, but I don't know why you picked Kings into Zeta Division after what they did to Falcons on Kings, and it seems like a map that they're very strong at. Yeah, this HaeJeokDan team, I mean, they've got talent, they've got good players, it's just, it feels like it's very predictable what they want to run. They just ran Ana, Winston, and mostly Brig throughout it, and I just don't know how great Brig is against that composition. Brig is good against a diva, but I just the value prospect of the rally ultimate has been so low lately.
We'll see who the player of the match is going to be. Violet will to start off that sound barrier, always coming in so clutch, and also that King's Row first kill. And his own death. I think we would like to see that again.
I think last time we voted for Violet Player of the Match too, there was some comments of like Finn got robbed, and I'm kind of starting to agree with that because Finn's play has actually been tragically overlooked in my opinion, like especially the Ana just staying alive, the really smart decisions to use the nano in certain situations where it's not ideal, but it does keep your Ashe alive and you win that fight because of that. But I think Violet, I'm really looking at the first two maps, because that's, we end up voting usually after the first two wins. And I thought his Lucio play was just phenomenal and lapping people with beats. I thought the Kiri play was also, they were working really well with that from Finn, but Violet's Lucio, I thought won them a couple of fights that they shouldn't have won. I think on Samoa, he got two beats in a single fight. And then on Runasapi, looked really solid as well. No Ajax there from Violet, as that map will always be remembered for that now from Violet, but just his mechanics on Lucio end up giving you the beat advantage almost every time against every team.
And with that POTM, we'll get to hear from him on stage. Quest, take it away.
We are here with the second player POTM interview, of the day, and we have Violet on stage from Zeta Division after their 3-0 victory over HaeJeokDan. Of course, we have the man of the hour on stage introducing himself. Because it was a fierce match, it was a 3-0, but it was still a fierce match with a lot of close moments. So how do you feel about the victory? I think that our opponents today underestimated us, but I think overall it was a very clean victory. There were a lot of moments where it was almost like a reverse sweep moments, so can you tell us about how the flow of the match went? I think that our opponents today played a little bit better in control, but I think we stayed calm and tried to figure out how to win. In the player rep interview earlier, of course, you said that Alpha E would actually receive the POTM, but you were on stage with us, so can you tell us about your performance? And he says, except for the Brigide performance, I think it was pretty good. So how did your team react to your Kiriko?
라는 말을 했습니다. 근데 제가 자꾸 따고선 살짝 흥분해가지고 계속 죽는데 앞으로는 조심해 보겠습니다.
And he says that he needs to stay a little bit more calm because his teammate keep hyping them up.
이때 좀 팀원들 반응도 어땠나요?
비드가 벌써 차?
So when the
우리 모두 똑같은 생각을 하고
when
있었습니다.
you had your Lucio ult again, how did your team react? And he said, and my teammate said that, wait, you have beat already?
팬분들에게도 한마디 부탁드립니다.
And lastly, a few words to the fans.
감사하고 꼭 좋은
Thank you so much for supporting us, and we will continue to work hard to put on a good performance for everyone. And that was a POTM interview with Violet. Congratulations on the victory. And before we head into the third and final match of the day, I'm going to send it back to G-Clef and Hex.
Give it a translations quest once again. We do have one more match, the Raccoons, Old Ocean. Don't go anywhere.
갑니다.
여기에 태양장렬까지.
네, 마치 한 명을 잡아낸 것처럼.
네.
자, 밀어내고 있습니다. 나도 봐라.
범인 와.
와, 한 방에 한 방. 와, 정타. 야, 정타. 와,
체크메이트.
체크메이트 지옵니다. 와, 멋지네요.
제 8전이 이렇게 되면은 뭐 어차피 스태프이 나눠 한번 쓴 거니까 배달은 운영 나눠로 가는 데다가
예.
말씀하셨는데 그렇죠. 시간이 좀 아깝죠.
그래도 4개 잡았어요.
자, 페이스 측면까지 가나요?
설마 페이스를 직결 채우나요?
측면까지 가야 돼요. 무사 태클 해야 돼요.
95, 97, 98, 99, 100. 승리의 집결. 좋습니다.
심장이.
아니, 100. 아니, 지금 끝나요.
아, 페이스 지금 앞에 정리해야 되는데, 근데 이걸 뺏기가!
맥힙니다. 이겼죠.
네, 이겼죠.
이건 이겼죠.
질 수가 없죠.
질려야 질 수가 없죠. 자, 올드오션 노인과 바다 결국 한 점 따냅니다. 진영국이 되는 건 밥 차이가 좀 많이 나네요.
네, 그리고 앞으로 호응해주려고 땡기다가 무리하다 갈 수도 있는 것 같아요.
지금 우리가 뭘 보는 거예요? 이거 시간 몇 킬로예요, 이거?
지금
뭘 보는 거예요? 한 번도 안 멈추는데요?
이거 이제국 배다 이제국 집결 오기
왔어요.
근데 공학이 갔어요. 수면 조금 많이 못 들었죠.
그러면 보는 겁니다. 이렇게 말이죠. 밥과 함께 든든하게 밥 던지고
3점 이거 끝났어요.
이거는
밀렸어요.
볼 것도 없습니다.
예.
네, 안타깝지만 저항할 수 있는 방법이 없습니다.
없어요.
이렇게 여기 3점까지 들어가고 있는데요. 1초는 더 시간 주면죠. 이렇게 마무리가 됩니다. 맞습니다. 배치가 좀 안 되고 있습니다. 계속 밀어요.
이거 뭐 석양으로 견딜 수도 있지만
네.
이거 나도 태양장렬 다 견디기는 약간 무리가 있어 보이는데요.
자, 필살기 들어갑니다.
여기에 태양장렬까지. 그러니까 한빈이 약간 디바라서
예.
들어오는 걸 걷어내고 뒷라인을 잡아내고 그렇게 가능했는데
네.
시그마는 그게 비교가 안 될 수밖에 없어요 지금.
해적단의 이 속도 뭡니까?
WCS에서 이제 날개를 좀 펼쳐야
그렇죠.
되는.
어쨌든 또 잡았어요. 나이프가 없습니다. 이거 안 되겠는데요? 제우쇼. 아니, 제우쇼 무슨 뭐 마치 그럴 수 없습니다.
오버워치의 미래는 밝습니다.
예, 아직도 우리나라에서 유망주들이 이렇게 터져나옵니다. 그러기가 좀 어렵고 그래도 집결. 복지 집결.
복지 왔어요.
예,
자, 그리고 프라우드.
아직 모른다.
근데 밟아야 돼요. 근데 제우가 캐치가.
아니, 그 벌써다. 아니, 무슨 서커스 하고 있네요. 잔뜩 끊어치고. 야.
right, welcome back, everyone. The last match of the night. You got to see the Falcons, Zeta division. Now it's time for the Raccoons, the angry, the scary, crazy Raccoons are the current strongest boys against the old ocean, the old strongest boys. There's a Lijiang. I can't believe, again, I'm casting a game with Lijiang. I was actually in the booth during Apex Season 1 against him. Envious, some other foreign teams against during Apex Season 1. I'm actually casting a game now. What a time to be living.
Yeah, and Old Ocean, of course, is I believe it's a reference to Old Man in the Sea, the great Hemingway novel, which is essentially a novel. Well, it's about a lot of different things, but one of the main takeaways is that you must find suffering as a human to become a complete person, and I believe that Old Ocean will find that suffering tonight. Crazy Raccoon is a team that does not really mess around. They don't give up maps that they shouldn't.
Nope,
they kind of they're all business. I always love that about the strong teams that do that. It reminds me of San Francisco Shock used to take care of business and like season 3 of Owl, and it was just, yeah, we're busy, you know, we have other things to do, so we're going to come out and stomp, and we're not going to just kind of overlook opponents. So Old Ocean with their work cut out for them, because Crazy Raccoon has looked nigh unstoppable in the last 4 months. You know, like this team, it doesn't really look like they have any competition globally.
There were some challenges in some maps, but not in as a whole match. Doesn't seem like it. Never really seemed like for the last couple of months, as you said,
yeah,
a team to match at the same level. There were some challenges, especially the Falcons and some other teams. But
they did lose a set to the Falcons in Dallas. I think went down to the lower bracket because of them, and then came back and beat them, which always feels good once a team sends you to lower the bracket. So, yeah, but since then they have just looked like absolutely the best team in the world, undisputed.
I think they figured out something that the others did not, and they still have that solution. And the ingredients and the method, the procedure, whatever works, if no one else can defeat it, I think they're just keeping that solution to the maximum. Unless we have a huge patch that's going to swing them away from their power spike, the power zone that they have, I think we'll have Crazy Raccoons up on top for a very, very long time.
I mean, this roster just looks absolutely insane, right? I mean, Shu is in the conversation for top 3 flex support of all time. Chorong has been really showing up, and you know, even there's been moments where Chorong is playing for the double flex. The tank line is unbeatable, and then the damage line is ridiculous. It's Lip, and then I like he's saying a lot. I think his hero pool is really enables this team to play anything.
And on the other side, there's Old Ocean, Oibeki, HaeJeokDan, Kalios, who moved the team into Ruler, Fate, and the one in the red shirt, Lijiang, was watching his YouTube last night and said he felt alive to be back on stage after all those years. And after failing last season, he really had this expression saying, like, I'm alive. I feel really alive to be back as a pro player.
Yeah, that's great for him. It's a great story. I hope that they play well. I don't know what to say about it, just because this Crazy Raccoon team is unfair. They will be starting Junmin on tank today. They've got Max on the bench, who's probably one of the best Sigmas on the planet, but Junmin's Ball and Winston have been really phenomenal. Support line is great, damage line is great. They don't really make any changes outside of the tanks. Well, they don't, because they only have another tank. And then here's the Old Ocean roster.
Yes, and Proby has been showing some signs. It's not like they are at the bottom of the standings, but they did get two maps off of BC, also one away from HaeJeokDan. And fortunately enough for Lijiang, Ana is in the meta, so he doesn't have to switch off to a different hero much of the times.
firmly in the meta. My concern with this team is, can Faith play the double flex if they want to run it? Like, we've seen how powerful Kiri Ana can be. I think win condition for this team is always going to be their damage line, because I know that both those damage players can take over games.
네, 관객석을 가득 메울 정도로 많은 분들의 관심과 응원과 사랑을 받고 있는 마지막 경기가
Thank you very
펼쳐집니다.
much, gentlemen.
크레이지 라쿤과
We
올드오션의
have the
경기가
final
펼쳐질
player rep
예정인데요.
interview of the day.
경기 시작 전에 각 팀의 대표분들
And we
모시고
have the two player reps
진행해
from
보도록
both
하겠습니다.
Crazy Raccoon
먼저 크레이지 라쿤
and
팀
Old
자기
Ocean.
소개
And
부탁드려요.
on Crazy Raccoon side,
크레이지 라쿤에서 서브빌러를
we
맡고
have
있는
the
슈라고
Shu.
합니다.
네, 슈 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 올드오션 팀도
And on
자기
the Old
소개
Ocean
부탁드립니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 올드오션의
we have the man himself, Lijiang.
네,
Of course, a lot of
선수도
fans
반갑습니다.
in the crowd
자,
supporting
먼저
Lijiang.
크레이지 라쿤 팀. 크레이지
The first
라쿤
question
팀은
goes to
이번
Shu.
시즌 무실 세트 우승을 목표로
Crazy
하고
Raccoon's
있다고
goal
들었습니다.
is to
지금까지는
go
그
undefeated
목표를
by not
이렇게
dropping a single
계속
map,
이어가고
and of
있는데요.
course,
자,
they are
오늘은 어떻게
well on their
보실까요?
way to achieving that goal. So,
표라기보다는
do you think you'll be able to get
커리어에서
the
좀
clean victory
바램인 부분이고요.
today?
오늘은 뭐
In terms of the goal,
제가 손가락이 부서지지
it's a personal
않는
goal of mine,
무실 세트를
and
이어갈
I
수
think
있지
that as long as my fingers don't break, I think
자,
that we will
손가락이
be able
부서지지
to
않는 이상 오늘
keep that streak
이기는 건
alive.
당연하다라고 말씀을 해주셨어요. 자, 그렇다면 류재영 선수 올드오션의
And the next
매경
question goes to
열심히
Lijiang.
계속해서 노력을 이어가고
Of
있는데
course, they're giving their all, but of
아쉬운
course,
모습을 보였습니다.
the results
자,
hasn't
그렇다면 이 아쉬운
translated
결과의
as
원인은 무엇일까요?
well as they wanted to.
그냥 쉽게 저희가 못하니까요.
What's the reason behind the loss?
그렇지
And of
않습니다.
course,
자, 모든
but
선수들이 열심히
Lijiang
항상 경기에
says,
임하고
honestly,
있기 때문에 아무래도
we just suck.
선수분들의 그런 운도 따르지 않을까라는 생각이 드는데요. 자, 또
And the
슈 선수
crowd,
방송에
of
류재영
course,
선수가 찾아가서 피드백도
disagreeing with him.
받으셨다고 제가 들었어요. 오늘 경기에 좀 도움이 될까요?
we've heard that
피드백을 받으려고 했는데
네.
you actually tuned into Shu's stream to get feedback.
시간 내서 받도록 하겠습니다.
아, 그렇군요.
So can you tell us a little bit more about that?
선수?
But
제가 감히
Lijiang says that
어떻게
Shu,
그런
I tried to get feedback, but
네,
I
자,
couldn't.
이렇게 벌써부터
And
화기애애한 분위기가
Shu
펼쳐지는데요.
says,
자,
"Hey,
류재영
I'm
선수가
honored."
경기하면 우리 슈 선수가 이기라고 항상 기도를 한다고 들었습니다. 오늘도 기도하실 건가요?
Are you going to pray for your victory today?
솔직히 기도하고 싶긴 해요. 이 한편 마음속으로는 항상
For
네.
Lijiang's
응원하고 있기
victory?
때문에
And
오늘은
Shu
저주를
says,
하도록 하겠습니다.
I would love for
잠깐만요. 야,
the player that I look up to win, but because they're against us today, I'm going to curse them so that they lose.
역사가 오늘 새로 쓰일 예정인데요. 자, 슈 선수와
Of
류재영
course, they are
서로에게
both
한마디
players
해볼까요?
that are
먼저 슈
writing
선수.
history in the Overwatch Esports. So can you please say a few
네,
words
이렇게
to each other?
류재영 선수와
And she
인터뷰하는
just says,
시간이
"Thank you very
되면 모든
much."
선수분들이 사랑 고백을 해요.
And he also says, "I love you."
류재영
So
선수분도
Lijiang,
저주까지 안 해도 어차피
his response.
쉽게 이길 것 같으니까 편히 하고
You don't have to curse us to
다음에
win. So,
함께 하자.
이야.
but
자, 오늘 경기
so
일단
please don't curse
이후로
us.
다
Hey,
함께
but
하자라고
let's
말씀을 해주셨습니다.
grab a bite to eat
오늘
later.
경기 두 팀의 선수분들 모두
And that was it
열심히
for the player
응원해서
interview,
좋은
player rep
경기 결과가
interview
있었으면
between Crazy
좋겠는데요.
Raccoon and
자, 지금까지
Oldson.
크레이지 라쿤의 슈 선수,
Before we head into
오ld오션의
the last match of the
류재영
day,
선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
I'm going to
마지막
throw
경기
it back
많은 기대
to G-Clef and
부탁드리면서 첫
Hex.
번째 맵도 확인해 보시죠.
Thank you, Quest, for the translations. Oh, spicy words from Shu. I never noticed Shu was that tall. I guess the old legend Yu Jae-hong just showing respect to the best at the moment. Just saying, we'll get better. We'll take feedbacks. You guys are likely to win, but we'll show what we can. Let's have a friendly match. What's the overall feelings that I got from the interview?
Yeah, very cordial between the two squads, and yeah, it is into the olds versus the new kind of coming out here. First map is going to be Lijiang Tower. Crazy Raccoon has not yet played on this one, so they're looking to win every single control map. Yet to drop a map, so I don't see it happening here, and it's just a matter of like Old Ocean has a couple options. Last time I saw this team play, I was kind of championing the fact that they should just keep running the same comp until they get better at it, which is the Winston Ana dive composition. I feel like that was their best look. They had played a couple other maps where they ended up playing like a Baptiste and some other things, but I think like you have two options. You either start running strange different compositions, or you try to get really good at the Winston Ana dive. So I think that's what they're going to try to do, try to mirror it. And as long as it's, in the meta, I think they can maybe pull it off. And it's just a question of can they get big performances out of their damage players, which I think is always going to be a requirement if this team's ever going to have a chance to beat a top team, let alone Crazy Raccoon.
Sounds tough. Just without knowing the teams, if I just tuned in and listened to your words, it does seem very tough for the Oceans, Old Ocean to beat the Raccoon. It'll take more than just the team comp, especially to break through that barrier of the top dogs. Ooh, where are we going, camera?
We're on a tour. It's all good.
It seems like someone stepped on a cable or something. Something happened
So-
with the camera.
I think one of the issues that we're going to have too for Old Ocean is that I'm curious if Faith can play the Kiri, which I'm like now pretty firmly convinced, and maybe it's just because what I saw Zeta do is just a better option than running the Brig in most situations. And it's not just because like Brig's ultimate is not getting the value. And Brig's getting pulse bombed. It's been decent against the Diva, but it's also the cleanse. If you're going to be running a mirror, the amount of times that like the Winston was getting cleansed from the Suzu was so important, and that's going to be critical too. So I'm just curious if Faith can pull off that Kiri, because we know that HaeJeokDan will be running the Ana, but Faith has mostly been playing like Lucio and Brig, so. It's been an interesting composition. I think like Zeta is kind of showing people how good that double flex is, but Zeta is also in a very enviable position to have your second support be Violet, who like if you're gonna run double flex, pretty good to have your main support be Violet and be able to move over to that flex. That's just great artwork.
Yeah. Sigma and Deanna. It seems like it was drawn from the same person, from the lines and the Lijiang, player of the game, Old Ocean. Wow, really? That's some artistic work. And also, player of the game, Max, and the sleep dart from the back. Stop moving! I can't read. A lot of people came from far away to watch Lijiang, the old legend, the current legends versus the old, but. Of course, mixed with the newer teammates. Kalios also moved the team. That was a Faith into this team. But as you have mentioned, Crazy Raccoon, I don't think it'll really give them a slouch. Who's looking for that 3-0 victory, as Shu mentioned. He's looking for that personal goal of having a perfect streak of the entire season. Let's see if that is possible. Oh my God, Lijiang, we all know it. Oh, so is that? No, that's printed, right? No way.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Yeah, that's
be
printed.
hand-drawn.
Yeah, those health bars on the bottom.
Yeah, especially that.
Square.
There's no way that's hand drawn.
There's no way. I'm about to. If that is hand drawn on site, no, I don't think. No.
They look
Right?
great, though. No, they look great. No, that's not hand drawn. I mean, come on.
You never know. Some people are just insanely good at drawing.
Yeah, but not that. Not that good.
Yeah, not that. Some people just take that cheerful home and then draw the picture and then come back with it. That's how they get to show a lot of those talents.
It's not so much the squares that were amazing. It's just what is the technical graphic designer term for the spacing between stuff? Kerning, I think.
Do not ask me. I deleted my Photoshop back in 2020, 2013.
Oh, graphic design isn't your passion?
Way too many things to touch and press and control, and there's so many menus. I was never a big fan of it. I'm stuck with paint and I'm good to go.
Yeah, it's more my speed. These are more my speed drawing wise. So I could get aboard with that. We should be getting into game momentarily here.
I think they were just doing the final checkup before we get in. Lijiang Tower, I believe, is the map. The team's ready. We have the ready sign, the go sign from the production. Let's see what they can pull off. I think it'll give a lot of, as you mentioned, lots of challenges for Faith to really step up to a lot of different heroes. It'll take some time, but how much of that time will be required for the team to really gel in and beat someone else? I think that will be the realistic seasonal goal for the team, for Old Ocean.
Yeah, it's just a matter really of as long as Crazy Raccoon don't look past the opponent, I don't think they will. I think there's too much respect for all the players at Old Ocean.
A lot of respect, but you can't show that much in game. You have to bring the opponent down. Finish time. Oh, I'm excited for the cartoons. Me personally, it's been forever since I casted them last season. And after all those great majors and big stage, oh man,
it's just a joy to watch Junbin's ball. It plays it right to the bleeding edge, gets so much value out of it. Plays down to like 10 HP. It's been just phenomenal to watch. I mean, this team's just a treat, really.
Been on the ball, the rotation, towards the side stairs. And that was Shu all through the match.
Shu's cut off from his team right now.
I think that was intentional. He had a whole lot of time to join his teammate. Junbin on the ball. Oh, the wall for a second. Here's Blip. On that tracer, Lijiang's the first to go. Kalios. Haeji-san, but Blip on another target.
Yeah, even against BEC, Jaehong was the first to die a couple of different times. On this stage in particular, they just feel like, you know, it felt like they were jumping Jaehong, which I don't think has anything really to do with that. The player, more so the hero. Like, you always want to jump Ana, so not a surprise. They're running a composition that's going to try to prevent the jump onto the back line with a D.Va and a Cass.
That was partially the reason why Shu was just all the way far back to not get caught. Let's see, full dove in. That's Junbin casting probe. 2 down in the mech. That pulse.
Oh, the sleep answer.
Oh boy.
Goes for the pulse bomb. Shu just gets this sleep right onto the recall, and then they just pulse bomb a sleeping tracer. The disrespect.
That's Shu, though.
Yeah.
Isang from the top. Shoot some rockets. No death. But that barrage should be coming real soon. Pile driver. Maybe have the mines. Drop it yet. The moment. Right in the middle of the plaza. Oh, with that nano. Almost.
Ah, man, it's not
barely
even a
saved.
doubt. Like I said, when you're talking about dive tanks like a Winston, like a Ball, the difference between the best in the world and like the 5th best in the world is just the amount of actual damage and risk they take right to the edge. You know, like a good Winston will leave with 500 HP out of their primal. A great Winston will leave with 5 HP out of their primal.
Bro, 19 HP still alive, got the cover. Blows Chorong down. Sound barrier. There's a nano. Isang with a barrage.
Good Matrix.
Yeah, let's most of the shots. Isang will be down. Great cover. By Kalios. You have the self-destruct. The piece comes down from Chorong. What's the win? This 3. Just 3 members. Crazy Raccoon. How crazy are they?
Is that Matrix ever gonna go away?
Sound barrier from Fade. Oh, to win this. Overtime and no one touching on the point.
Not
Getting
ideal.
Close.
Yeah, they had the Tracer there, they had the D.Va there, but D.Va was trying to duck for cover, maybe just a little bit of miscommunication on who was going to touch. I don't think it was really going to matter in the end unless they were able to pull out a miracle. Crazy Raccoon does exactly what we thought they would do.
100-0. Not really giving so much respect in game, just going all out. Shu always in the side position. Matrix blocked most of the shots. Came really handy for Kalios, but still wasn't enough.
Yeah, Matrix lasts conservatively 45 minutes now, so it's pretty easy to
Yeah, it's been buffed like 2,000 times, right?
Yeah, it's
we need an extra buff.
It's pretty good. I would disagree. Old Ocean gonna switch things up. Kalios on the Maga. So this is what they've kind of run before on this stage, where you get the Maga, you get the Baptiste.
And the ice wall to make sure they don't get to go back. Yeah, with the teleporter. Oh, you see the shining exit sign, but if that exit is closed, what do you do?
Maysim is so good on this map. There's almost always a stage on control, like every control map that you can play EMEA on, and this is absolutely one. It's just really good at these tight corridors, and the sim to be able to move you around in these positions.
Yeah, with the Symmetra, you can always, not just the positioning, you can control the attack tempo so hard, especially if you're leading like this Crazy Raccoons, and knowing that, just pulling. Going to Jubin off to the side, will block a decent amount. Still survive, 27 seconds.
Oh, gets booped in, but Becky gets some work done. Yeah, see, you need, Becky should be getting a lot of work done. There's really not a ton to contest the Sky, so that's one that you would definitely expect to be able to get value out of this. Crazy Raccoon
Shooting
is
the first turn. Oh, hold on, Kalios!
It'll be the turn. Eventually.
Yeah, that took a little while, as Toro was trying to stall that for the longest time. 48%. The Old Ocean, they've got a chance.
Becky might be saving this barrage too. It works really well with cage fight. If you can get the cardiac overdrive in a cage fight.
Becky, once again.
Yeah, you can't go in now. You need the speed boost to get this Ramatra on top of the enemy composition. Like, you could teleport in, but it's just you need the boost.
That's a big moment. Fate was slightly behind that sound barrier. Now we'll be matching the teleport with the photon barrier. Right in the middle, splitting the battleground in half. Better for the Raccoons. Here comes in Becky. Barrage right on top. But also taking his own damage because it's so close to the ground. The sound barrier from Toro will get them the win, but that was a lot of resources spent from the Raccoons this time.
Yeah, they will tax either way back. I mean, Barrage still remains press Q to respawn half of the time. It can work really well. I mean, that's why we've seen a resurgence of Far as the Maga composition to help with sustain, but Becky is going to switch off of this onto the Sim. Look at Deadeye.
Delivering, blocking all these shots, eventually going down. And sometimes that's what Maga does. Chaotic fight in the middle. But Kalios has been doing decent on this Maga on the map.
It's good. It forces a switch. Human's going to go to the Maga of their own. They're also going to run a Pharah now themselves. I mean, there's really not much you can do in cage fight unless you have like a beat or just enormous barriers or anything that helps sustain. It's a really good ultimate, especially if you can just trap one person in there. And I mean, Junbin took the best option of just let me eat it up and try to protect everyone.
Field out Matrix available from Shu. Junbin, but the rest we're still there, getting very low. Down to the final fight territory. There were a lot of low HP members from Raccoons, but somehow, some way, Thoron was able to keep them up with the Matrix. Added from Shu. And it'll be 99-100. 2-0 score on Lijiang. And Old Ocean did not have anyone else. But there it goes. X. And as we kind of had a read of how this matchup was going to go, a very solid 2-0, I'd say.
Not a terrible showing from Old Ocean. You know, won a couple of fights. You expect almost that, you know, against a team like Crazy Raccoon, you're almost not going to be able to win a single fight going against a team with so much talent. Lip was able to get a couple of nice shots on the end as that cast. Played really well on the Tracer as well. So just way too much talent on this Crazy Raccoon team to lose. I really do prefer, like, you know, if the stage was going to allow for it, I prefer that they would have played something a little bit different. They keep experimenting with these comps, but that's just how Control Center goes. A lot of picking and counter picking. So yeah, eventually when the Maga came in from the other side from Crazy Raccoon, they were able to put out as much damage as well and get the fire in there. So nice plays and just kind of mirroring compositions back and forth. And we'll see, interesting enough, where Old Ocean wants to go. I believe their favorite map has been Paraíso. I never say that correctly.
Paraíso?
But it's
Yes.
yeah, Paraíso.
Which map are you talking about? It's Paraíso, yes.
Yeah, it's not actually
It's not Parasite. It's not the movie. No.
No. So they've been picking that last couple of times. So we'll see if that's something that they have in their pocket. That allows them to play the Winston dive pretty well, and they've looked pretty decent on that map. And it's been their map choice for the last 2 matches when they lose a map. So yeah, I would expect that to come in, but I mean, if I'm being dead honest, I don't see a world in which they take a map off of Crazy Raccoon. I'd be stunned if Crazy Raccoon drops a map, and I think they would have to be throwing rather than Old Ocean beating them.
Yeah, that's a 1-0 for the Raccoons in the lead of the series. When we come back, we will find out what the map is going to be for the next map. We're back. The Raccoons 1-0. Old Ocean. They got miles to go. Got some percentage off on the Lijiang tower, but really didn't seem close. I think they are at least forcing out some of these comps that they're good at. Still not enough to win the points or the entire map. And we're going into Surabasa. Known for the best map for the Old Ocean so far, but they were up against Beck and HaeJeokDan, relatively closer teams. I wonder what they can do against Crazy Raccoon this time.
Yeah, their first map pick had been Paraíso, but second map pick was always Surabasa. Like you said, it is their best map. They're 2-0 on it, 100% win rate. Of course, map pick rates and win rates are going to be, sussed out as the days and weeks go on here, as we're still at early going. But this might be so that they can perhaps run the Maga, which looked pretty good for them. And then the Maga kind of forces Junbin off of Winston and a lot of ways, because Maga can be so good and so much damage. The bubble's not going to be enough to protect the team, or they could just run a Winston Mirror. So it's their map pick. Whatever wrinkle they have would be interesting to see, but I'd imagine we're going to see Ana. We've seen Faith mostly on Brig here, so yeah, but it does offer the chance to, I don't know, play a Venture if you want. Venture Maga Dive has been good. Maybe you can play a Genji into here and get Becky on the Genji. So some options for Old Ocean. Obviously a map that they have won twice before, but Crazy Raccoon has yet to drop a map this tournament, and I don't think they have any plans on doing so anytime soon.
For the Raccoons, going a little into the future, I don't know exactly if it's tomorrow or next week, or they do have Falcons up next after this matchup. Will always be a spicy one, knowing that they have to play HaeJeokDan and Zeta division after that. So losing a map here would be devastating before the Falcons match.
Yeah, that's 2 days from now. Not tomorrow, day after.
Okay. They will have some time to recover after tonight's matches.
Yeah, they do have tomorrow off. So that's day 6. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at day 8. If you can look that far ahead, that's Zeta and Crazy Raccoon. Anyway, neither here nor there. We've got a map to play right now. It's
Cervasa. See, Old Ocean, it is their map pick. Let's see what kind of team comp they will bring against the Raccoons. Certainly the favorites of the matchup.
I'm sure that's an alligator, not a crocodile.
I've given up. The story of an alligator or a crocodile.
Rounded snout is alligator.
Let's just see land. What is it? See? Land? Living creature?
Yeah, there's freshwater and saltwater crocs. Anyway, let's look at these comps here.
now you really threw me off.
It is not the right time for me to be trying to flex my biology.
Chorong on Lari.
Yeah, they've run this before. It's a really good first point to be running poke and to be running a Lari. There's going to be really good pylon placements, and essentially you're just going to get so much poke damage through if you can set up. Akalia's doing a great job at denying the space early on.
Quick rotation, denying them from really coming in, forcing the long roundabout for the Crazy Raccoon. And Junbin has to back off. Extra heals. Then potentially pile drive in the back. Lijiang sniped out from Junbin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why there wasn't enough heal there. Junbin had just done that exact same move twice already. They just didn't think he was gonna go to the well the third time. Well, you just don't know Junbin then, because he's just gonna keep going to the well till that Ana's dead.
Yeah, maybe we didn't get to see the other side of the action. Kalios maybe might have been busy dealing with maybe the support line. Lijiang lip Chorong. Junbin seemed like he was basically alone, poking. No other cover because that's Lucio the purple from Shu. And he's put to sleep. Oh, but instead, Lijiang, they literally just walked off to the Slept Ember and says, "Okay, you're going down." But instead, Old Ocean actually losing 2 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice little sneaky purple. Shu has always had a habit of finding those weird antis to clean up the enemy team. Crazy Raccoon, one fight away from taking this first flashpoint.
Quick, Old Ocean, they rotate in. The contest. Really thinking about it. Caught off rotation. November is taking damage. Left hand crunch. Recall. Pushes out. That's 1 for the Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon just playing outside, not even letting Old Ocean come in for the touch. It was weird because usually in the mid fight you just see both those teams firing down the chamber, but all of these fights took place elsewhere.
Okay, 1-1 traded. Oh, a shoot! Even the support line just doing massive amount of damage because they're leading so hard. Evex, but immediately pulse bomb. And the Matrix keeps Kalios alive.
Just dodging bullets in the Matrix. Do get there to touch.
The final tick. The captive stun out from Toro. Defenders of Overwatch already in the back lines. Jeong does get caught along with Provi and Fate with the bonus damage at the end. Some contest for the second point, but it's not going to last long. Again, the Raccoons get the capture of the second point start. And Lip Sombra.
I mean, at one point in time, the best Sombra player in the world, so not too stunning. I mean, I've seen a little bit of this in other regions.
Snipe. Becky is good. It's one down.
It's one way to deal with the Matrix too. The fact that like the defense Matrix has been such an annoying thing to try to chew through. If you can just hack Kalios, that's one way to deal with the new buff Matrix.
Attack away. Even McGee this time it's Provi hack. As long as you can find the right hack member. 8th here, trying to keep the team alive. Do not want to use that sound barrier. And we'll just go down. Not really fighting close to capture point.
Yeah, it's been completely one-sided.
So I think the Raccoons. Oh, again, Junbin. Ready for that big drive on the multiple. Snipe comes through with Lijiang. And purpled out, but still good to go. Has the mines on his own.
It's so demoralizing to not be able to contest two fights in a row like this now.
That's 2-0. Lips down. Could be the moment. Old Ocean, they just respawn. Oh, back. Elsewhere.
Yeah, he's
DPS just keeps on losing their life. Okay, Becky.
He's cooking. I don't know what they're cooking, but they're cooking.
Orbian. One headshot is all you need. Orbian certainly does deliver damage. With an extra turret,
Well,
yes.
Yeah, it's a nice like soft counter to the Sombra and Tracer, who are low HP and super mobile. The auto aim on the turret is helpful.
Hammering
for that.
time. On a hack. Now the barrier out from Old Ocean. This has to be the moment. A lot of resources spent. Kobe nanoed up. First capture. Old Ocean.
Able to eat Choran's ultimate there, so no value from the capture stun. Finally, a fight win and control of a point for Old Ocean. Choran gets bullied out again.
So ways away from that Molten Core. So, for a target, rotating towards the side. Pulse. This time will be contested. B calls out. Julian elsewhere. With Sombra's up. Finds HaeJeokDan first. Ana has been the target for many of these fights. Stuck in the corner. You can Matrix out for a couple of seconds. Not forever. Oh, even self-destruct.
It's a remake. Gonna try to just stall out, but not enough push there to be able to stall out as the point flips back over.
70%.
Now they gotta fight into EMP and mines.
Protect it. Just go out. Teleport and Lip still looking for that EMP. Found it by the turret. There it is. Oh. 4 members with the mine. Just drop himself. Nowhere near the point. Junbin just having the time of his life on this ball.
Wait, taking these fights in strange places has really kind of thrown a wrench into the plans of Old Ocean. They're not able to get any set plays. They're not able to like really charge up their nano, which they expect, and then get a nano in because they're fighting out in the middle of nowhere.
Lip now on Venture. 10% away from finishing the match. Finish the map here. Kalios even getting the nano just to touch the point.
Has to be done.
Not in time.
Oh.
Going to be Suravasa again, going for Crazy Raccoon. 2-0 map score lead.
All 3 of those flashpoints, Old Ocean was never able to recontest because of where Crazy Raccoon was forcing fights. They're forcing fights right outside of spawn. Yeah, this team just takes care of business.
Business well handled by Crazy Raccoon. Even on this stage, even in bigger stages. And doesn't seem like Hex. Maybe tonight's not the best night for the Old Ocean players as they're struggling to come up from the gates.
Yeah, I would love to see the stats on that because I'm not real sure HaeJeokDan died more than once or twice. And same could be said with Junmin. It felt like they were always alive. Even if they weren't like getting pressured on, they were staying alive, and like, but they were getting pressured on. Junmin was just alive the entire time. His ball tech is just second to none. He's always finding weird angles, and there's something just off about ball players, man. Like they would practice a map alone just for hours and hours on end to figure out grapples, and now you've got the retract button, another tool to work with. But
That's
I think
exactly what you do.
At some point, HaeJeokDan was on a 15-player kill streak, so just getting so much done, and Lip just like, oh, I'll play Sombra to help with the dive and the Matrix. Oh, I'll play Venture because you can, because you absolutely can. And there was no answer, and they needed to answer the ball, but then you also needed to answer the Tracer, and that's what Crazy Raccoon does. They put too much pressure on you. No one has all the answers.
That's exactly what other things has been so far. No answers for the Old Ocean yet. After the break, maybe they will have slight answers. There are lots of problems to be solved. I think they have to take one at a time. It'll be tough to come back here, but we will have that map number 3 after a short break. Welcome back, Overwatch fans. Crazy Raccoon About to have another 3-0 victory, and the map is Paraíso. Map chosen by OWCS. They
Yeah.
get anything back from them. They got no points so far. 2-0 Lijiang, 2-0 Sorabasa for the Raccoon.
These are the only maps they pick, apparently. Old Ocean. It's very, very comfortable with Saravasa and Paraíso. Have, you know, been working out for them in the past against teams that are not Crazy Raccoon. So Paraíso, they're 1-1 on 50%. I believe they beat Vesta. Yeah, they did. In fact, just absolutely lost on it. That was day one of OWCS Korea. And then they lost after that. So these are just their comfort maps. This is one where they usually run the Winston comp on it, you know, Ana Winston dive. So we'll see if that comes into play. They've been kind of toying around with the Diva pick a lot because it counters Winston. It's a lot easier to peel for your team when they're getting just slammed by Junbin's Wrecking Ball, which has been the case pretty constantly. I think you might even have to start running in some different tech here, maybe run in a Cass to get the flashbang, get the hinder, because right now Junbin is... the problem is Junbin's getting out every single time. You know, he's getting damage done, and even if he's not getting kills, which is maybe 50% of the time, he's getting out, and it's just so frustrating to never be able to punish a ball.
Yeah, lots of Kalios fans and also Crazy Raccoon fans at the studio. And as you mentioned, I think I was actually waiting for the Sombra to come out from Old Ocean, not from Lip.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, Sombra was one of the best tools to stop that ball from just hanging out around your team and also escaping from the dangers. Maybe not on this map, but I think that should have been one change because they're just not. You just can't handle that ball from Junbin single-handedly. Let's see if they can make any changes. This is the map they have been practicing, getting some good results.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a little lesser of a ball map as far as the tech goes on first point. Seems like we've seen more Winston. Sarabasa's just got all these sort of ledges and overhangs and all sorts of like different grapple style stuff that you can pull off. You know, I'm sure Junbin has figured out whatever tech that he really likes on this map too. It's just a phenomenal artistic interpretation of how to play ball. It's such a joy to watch.
The Hex tech. Figured out. Let's see. On this map, it's Paraíso. Could be hard to read. Hanzo? I think they're just teasing.
I don't know. Lib might just be on one of those things where he's just going to play whatever he wants. But they're on attack. So defense, this is kind of the composition that they've been running on this map. You put Proby in the back and try to get a bunch of value out of Ashe. Becky will be there in case that the opposing team runs at Farah. Definitely easier to get in the sky. And then, obviously, the Winston Ana Brig dive package for the defense.
Min on the Winston.
They're going to go for a single shot here. I've never seen this work, but I'm ready for it.
Long hook. With the bush. His teammate goes down. Picks the first shot. Nicely done. Lip down. Sang still no direct. Okay, just going to go back and echo in.
And nice stickies.
Ooh. Peek out for a split second and you are down. So has the high ground control, but Junbin jumps in. The side. Monkey's down for both. In the air. Good contest from both of the DPS.
Well, right now, I mean, Old Ocean's being pushed back, so these trades are kind of in favor of Crazy Raccoon. They're a little bit closer on the respawns. And then trying to get back in through this doorway has been brutal. You know, especially all the cleave damage. The Echo's just going to be able to spam through. The Ashe is throwing dynamite, so you might have to come over the top with this Winston rather than trying to go through the doorway.
First tick, second tick. Alio steps in. That's
Anti.
Junbin is still there. It was also anti, but just not enough damage on Nano. Just to buy some time, but the first point already taken away.
Not the Nano you wanted there. Obviously, you wish you had that one back. That's absolutely still
Even the duplicate now from Lijiang. Just want to go all the way in and push maximum distance. Down on the field. Opening up. This could be the choke point, but if they can push this far, 8 HP. Wow, putting a lot of pressure.
You don't really lose anything by using the duplicate there. Maybe you could pick and then you already win that fight. So, I mean, you're completely safe in that instance. And I think Lijiang feels that he's doing enough damage that
Nano
going to get hit again.
Against Kalios, but trapped inside. Can't really fly out. Management from Kalios there. I believe that's 2 for 1 in trade. In terms of ult. Bro's been doing a lot of work on this Ashe this map.
Yeah, it's been getting a lot of headshots, kind of sending lip around the corners and getting a lot of damage on a Chorong too early on.
Working a lot of weapons, even Lijiang in the air. Kalios can't handle it, no rage available because of the previous fight. And that's the triple. Old Ocean down, forced all the way back. This might be the second point that the Raccoons has been looking for. Where are you?
Was that a sleep?
Was that at the end?
Yeah, I think I saw the character animation laying flat. Wouldn't put it past Shu. Just another notch in the crazy sleep Shu was pulled off.
Just another Shu moment. We'll be up here. We can cart inside. A little jump forward too far.
They need to get some value out of this Nano. Previous Nanos haven't really done a ton, but Kalios needs the survivability. Oh, now you can go in if you want, or you can just not press the issue and save your ults.
Just keep this choke and keep this payload on the down negative slope.
Yeah, it's good defense so far.
Slightly less than 4 minutes to go for Crazy Raccoon. This map, the final point, can be tough. Early Nano on Kalios. On the Junbin. This time it's duplicate comes along. Extra Ashe. That is gone. They're ready with 3 ultimates. There's the Bob. Kalios thinks to heal.
Chorong's still holding on to this rally. Might. Oh,
what a focus.
Deleted.
Raccoon wanting to steal that middle ground. Sounds a little too far. Mini jump from Junbin. And Becky, on this point, has been doing so much.
Rally comes out defensively because finally people are clumped up and finally there's going to be a fight of more than one hero on one hero. I think they were trying to maybe save it to try to push them up with high ground here, but that's going to be the Ashe and Bob coming in.
High ground push. Goons, we're looking for this for the last 3 minutes. Push off from the side, Raccoons. Comes the major push. Old Ocean, bit of a switch. Tracer from Becky. No more Echo. And Nano was also used. VJ Hong.
Yeah, which is brutal because she was going to have Nano of their own and it should be the map winning fight.
Taking the prime position. From the defensive side, if you lose that middle ground, sometimes becomes very tough. Immediately chopped down.
Yeah, Kalios just knew it was, or Junbin just knew it was coming in, and he's going to be there for the peel, and they just pick up 3 kills. The
3 meters, 2, 1. That's Stephen Curry, 3-pointer right there. Crazy Raccoon will hit that 3. And let's swap sides and let's see what Old Ocean can do, or else it's going to be the final.
Proby played pretty well. There was some decent Ashe. I mean, I think the trades were okay there. Becky and HaeJeokDan kind of traded out as well, but the nano value was just enormous. And I believe she probably had more nanos. Chorong was super patient on this rally though, because there were a couple moments where Chorong could have used the rally. But the composition kind of didn't allow itself for it, because Junbin was jumping in, and then you've had the Echo in the sky, so you're not going to get any value. Wade had used it defensively. Kalios had jumped in, trying to get damage done, but the rally actually ends up saving Lip on the Ashe. Lip's able to put a lot of counter damage in with the Dynamite, and then it's the Bob that sends in to get him off the high ground and pushes him over the edge.
Good patience. Lip. A couple of tries from Pisang, but once Junbin was able to push that middle line and get his hands on that high ground for the third point, oh, that almost looks like Lucio. Rip. Back onto the point, I think Crazy Raccoons, they used their time bank wisely to get that ult and then have that major push for the final point. It could be tough even for a favorite team. Bro?
At it. That was one of the best opportunities I've ever seen for that jump shot. Had the Ana, just missed it.
Just didn't expect the Ana to be all the way back there. Here's Raccoon for the defense. Top Lip, take the stickies. In. Tank eating some damage, jumped up, back. Feeling okay. Let's see if Becky can actually cause some trouble. Light. Comes away exactly as he throws down the sticky.
Trouble.
There it is. Go back. We'll allow some space for Kalios to jump. Go to sleep, monkey.
He's gonna get out though. He's gonna get out, and Proby's in perfect position for this Ashe where you want to be. Crazy Raccoon actually has to retreat and hold all the way back. They finally get their Winston back. Should be able to buy some space, but I mean, she was hitting every sleep. There's not any follow-up. He's hit sleeps and antis on this Winston several times.
Bob, Lip, Probe, way back, it's caught. Just delaying, can't really get to the objective A.
You know, I haven't even noticed when some of these nanos are happening. Like, that's how little value that they end up getting out of these nanos. Because I guess Jaehong used a nano at some point, but didn't get anything.
I think that was the only fight, the only opportunity that they won the team fight with the nano.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they won the team fight, but then why don't they have the point? Like, they traded. You win a team fight, you get the point. Yeah.
And there's Duke. Sang. Super 8. Forces out the nano, and Duke will get the Becky.
Ooh. Big purple. Takes Chorong down during rally.
That's what they needed, getting the first sticks. Revolution, it took them so many minutes, but finally here it is.
Yeah, they will take this one. Had to invest a ton, but you know, what are you going to do? You only have a minute left, so you need to get that point no matter what it takes. But they are going to be behind in nano. Shu does take down Echo as well. Shu is so good at just cycling in damage.
Somewhere, as I believe he was the only one in the air available. We'll be having the quicker respawn next to the payload now. There's the nano. In. Sitting next to the circle.
Yeah, they missed the follow-up anti. So it was a nano and then an anti, but I believe it was the Winston bubble blocked the anti, so there was just not a great target opportunity.
Bump and Lip again. A little too far there. And in the meantime, lip down Kalios. Win, payload stuck in the middle. The primal rage from Kalios. Go to sleep. Get the sleep dart from Shoot.
Yeah, he's hit
the entire team a little back. SX.
He's hit just about every sleep dart in this game. It has been an impeccable game, even for someone like Shu. It's just been crazy. That's an interesting dupe.
Yeah, the brig. On the side, not near the teammates at all. OWCS stuck in the room and during the rotation. Whether they were forced in here or in the middle of the rotation. Here's Raccoon. They end up using a lot of their ultimates. Rally coming soon. Nano coming soon. Jun is still holding that primal.
And Lijiang has just been firing and forgetting it for the duplicates. I mean, it's just on cooldown. Whenever he gets it, he just dupes immediately. It doesn't even matter who it is. So he's been just so confident in his echo neutral play that he's going to get duplicates up quickly that it's, you know, been totally fine every time he's used it. And it seems like, well, that's an odd timing, but I think they're just really confident in where they're at right now. Nice sleep.
Sleep dart from HaeJeokDan. Earn some time for the primal rage. Lijiang's Nano is forced back.
Yeah, the rally is to force that back, so that's a nice use of rally. Finally get some value out of it. Now they're going to have a nano. Can they get some value out of their own nano?
Kalios.
Defensive rally again.
Yeah, it didn't have primal. Couldn't really go too far. Of all the members, Raccoon is still alive. There was some tiny window of chance for the old OWCS to go in. Crazy Raccoon just holding better ankles and just ready for those jumps.
Yeah. They will get everyone back.
What do you do at those moments? You got the nano, but the moment you go in, you don't have that much HP. Just not covered.
I mean, it's just, there's a dive going in, but there's not really a hero that's diving with them. Like, Becky's not coming with necessarily to get any damage done, so when you dive in and you're just facing off against a rally, there's almost nothing you can do, and that's why we've seen Junbin just like, when he's in a bad situation, Nano, he just sits in the bubble, and there's nothing to be done.
Finally some moments from Kalios Rage with everything used, even Vicky, the duplicate into that ball. Overtime already! Been stuck on this corner such a long time.
Torung was super deep, like just 1v1ing Faith.
As long as he can survive.
They're gonna have time with these spawns. They should be able to get a nano out here.
Zooming back on Winston. Getting very close to the second point, but overtime. Off traded. Rally broke down. Junbin falls. Lijiang with the nano. Tracer. Oh, everyone! They're off the pot. Oh, man. Still had a couple of members, but I guess they were just forced out from the Raccoons, and that will be a 3-0. Paraíso does not work out for the old OWCS third time. It will be 3-0 as Shu wanted it. We'll have it with those sleep darts.
Yeah, slept absolutely everyone. A little anticlimactic there at the end, but I don't think anyone really saw that old OWCS was going to win that one. Just across the board, stronger roster for Crazy Raccoon. More value out of ultimates, and then to a certain point, it was just, you know, Lijiang was like, he gets dupe, he uses dupe. They were kind of flexing and feeling themselves a little bit towards the end, so still some things to clean up for old OWCS about coordination and, you know, when to use those dives. There were a couple moments where they could have just taken some free cart push, but they nano in anyway, and then I think it was like that penultimate nano where Kalios is in and there's almost nothing for him to do, and the rally comes out and there's no support to help him out, so I just need a little more coordination on those dives. Junbin doesn't need any coordination on his dives, he can do it alone, but it's usually helpful when he's got a Tracer there with him too, going back to how dominant they were on Saravasa.
Yeah, we got to see a minute of his Wrecking Ball play in that third map, Paraíso. That's a bingo mark. That's bingo check mark. 3 out of 3 Wrecking Balls on the map from Junbin. And not the reason why he got the player of the match. Of course, he played really well with the wrecking ball. First Lijiang Tower, Surabasa. No one from Old Ocean was really taking him down. It wasn't enough. Sniping on his own, he was delivering two-man work.
For me, it was Surabasa. Watching the ball play on that map was immaculate. And then, you saw HaeJeokDan with the 15-player kill streak. A lot of that was just following up on what Junbin was doing here. And there was just no answer. And it seemed like they had no idea where he was coming from. And what was really impressive and important is where they were forcing these fights. I think that Old Ocean was just not prepared to be fighting where they ended up having to fight. And that was a lot just the disruption that Junbin was providing.
A lot of these moments are with the purple on top of it. So with a bit of help from Shu, and we will hear from the man himself. West, I believe you're ready. Take it away for the translations for the final interview of the day.
Much G-Clef. We are back with the final player of the match interview of the day, and with Crazy Raccoon taking the 3-0 victory over Old Ocean.
네, 오늘 승리 축하드립니다.
And we have Junbin on stage.
준빈 선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. 자기 소개 좀 부탁드려요.
Please introduce yourself.
시열에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 준빈.
And I am the tank for Crazy Raccoon,
네,
Junbin.
준빈 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 좀 무자비한 승리를 좀 보여주지 않았나
It was a
싶은데요.
merciless win from CR
승리 소감
without dropping a single map. So how do you feel about the victory?
그냥 저번 주랑 똑같이 이제 상대 팀 분석해서 하니까 좀 쉽게.
We just like last week, we analyzed our opponents for today's match, and we ended up winning.
오늘 좀 경기 내내 한 선수에게 유독 핑이 찍히면서 거의
We had a lot of pings on one specific
그런 모습이
player.
보여졌는데, 자, 어떤 콜이
Of
오갔었나요?
course, that most likely being Lijiang. So can you tell us about the comms?
식으로 운영하는 것 같아가지고.
It looked like they were their macro was based around just grouping up and running around. So we just played our game and we just won.
자, 오늘 또 크레이지 라쿤만의 스타일로 계속해서 고공행진을 보여주고 있는.
Of course, in their own fashion, they keep winning.
지금 팀 분위기 어떤가요?
So can you tell us about like how the mood, the atmosphere is within the team?
네.
And Junbin says it's always good. Can't go wrong. Is there a player that doesn't listen
초롱 선수.
in the team? And Junbin says 초롱.
초롱 선수 앞으로 말 잘 들으시길 바랍니다. 자, 오늘 또 POTM 준민 선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. 볼로 엄청난 플레이를 보여주셨어요. 밀치고 휘젓고 당기고 정말 상대를 어지럽게 하는 오늘 하루를 보여주셨는데요. 자, 현 시점 볼을 가장 잘 쓰는
So who do you think
누굴까요?
is the player that is the best on Wrecking Ball? And Junbin says, of course, it has to be me.
레킹볼을 쓰는 선수들에게 한마디 더 부탁드려요.
A word to all those, all the players playing Wrecking Ball.
다 잘하셔가지고 화이팅.
They're all good, so
저는 영업 기밀이라도 좀 푸는 줄
fighting,
알았는데
he says.
파이팅을 수줍게 보내주셨습니다. 자, 오늘 또 새로운 유니폼으로 또 환복을 했다고 들었어요.
Of course,
그렇다면
CR
우리 팀
representing
1위는 누굴까요?
the team with the new uniform.
진서영 슈가 좀 말라가지고
And
킥하고 해가지고.
who do you think has the best fit with the new uniforms? And because and Junbin says Shu because he's tall, skinny, and has a good fit.
그렇다면 팬 미팅에서 오늘 오신 팬분들께
For all those that are at the venue,
이런 걸 보여주겠다
there's a
하는 게
fan
있나요?
meet planned for Crazy Raccoon.
춤 보여주실 건가요? 팬 미팅에 오신
Is
분들께?
there anything that you have planned specially for the fan meet?
와주셔서 감사하니까 또 잘.
네, 자, 오늘 팬 미팅에 오신
He's,
분들 기대
he just
많이
says thank you
해주시기
for coming
바랍니다. 자,
and
지금까지 크레이지
please
라쿤의 POTM
and I hope to meet you soon.
선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤는데요.
And that was the
승리
POTM
축하드립니다.
interview, the final POTM interview of the day. And to close us off for the day, I'm going to send it back to G-Clef and Hex.
마무리가 되는데요. 내일 경기로 다시 돌아올 테니까요. 내일까지
Thank
기다려주세요.
you, Quest, for the translation once again. Always a pleasure. And today's result, the only day actually so far to have all three Overwatches. I think day number 2 had a 3-1 in there, the Falcons. And we'll see if I think today should be the only day. I'm looking at the schedules in future for the Korea. I think today should be the only day with all 3 Overwatches. I think we just had to have one, get that out of the way, and then I think we'll have a lot more close fights between all the teams from here on.
I would tend to agree, mostly because, you know, there's a couple of teams that are surprising right now, like Fnatic at 0-3 is a surprising 0-3. They will play HaeJeokDan tomorrow, so that could be an interesting one. But yeah, Crazy Raccoon hasn't lost a map. Zeta Division, you know, they've dropped a couple maps, but still match-ups, and Falcons with a much-needed win to get back into it, and then we'll see Pokerface play tomorrow, this Old Ocean team, which you would have to assume Pokerface is going to probably pull that one off, but you got to start worrying about map differentials at a certain point. So,
Doing pretty good against I believe Fnatic. They won 3-1 and 3-0 against BC. The Pokerface, as we mentioned, will be up for the second match against Old Ocean, and Zeta Division also back against Vec DAEJEON. Will be the third match. Should be a lot closer, especially
yeah, that first match is
putting
the
my
premier
highlight.
match.
Yes, exactly. The first match, HaeJeokDan versus Fnatic. I imagine Fnatic will do a lot better, but you never know. Compared to what they've been doing in week 1, but HaeJeokDan seems very strong.
Well, Fnatic had to play Zeta in day 1, and that went to 5. So that wasn't like embarrassing or anything. Then they got rocked by Crazy Raccoon, 0-3. But that's Crazy Raccoon, right? So, you know, that one's a little tough. And then the loss to Pokerface kind of really hurt them too. So they've had a tough schedule. It should get somewhat easier, but that's not an easy out for the Pirate Squad.
Pirate Squad. HaeJeokDan, let's see how high or how low they will be after a couple more, because it's not 9 teams, it's 8 teams, so you only technically get to fight against 7 teams.
Yeah,
So,
but Fnatic has
less.
to win that one. They have to win that one if they expect to like really compete. You can't go 0-4. It's just impossible. And look, this was a team that played really close to Zeta Division, who I think is one of the best teams in the tournament right now. So it's a team with the possibility to take down good teams. Look, they got rolled by Crazy Raccoon, but what do you learn from that? That Crazy Raccoon's really good? Yeah, that we all know that. I think losing to Pokerface is a bit of a wake-up call for them too, but I think that Pokerface team is, you know, completely retooled, completely rebuilt. They're a different Pokerface than last stage, so it's not even super surprising there, but they have to win tomorrow. You can't go 0-4.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be the day. Today, I don't think we were able to see too much of where exactly the power lines are between the teams, because we did have a lot of 3-0s over tonight. But still, over week 2, I think we should see some more signs where they are going to be finishing at some top 3 teams. I think we have some line right below them, and then the 3 bottom, and then 2 teams in the middle. I think we might be seeing those teams. But that's going to do it for today. Hex, thanks for joining. Thanks for joining once again. I believe you and I are up again for tomorrow. We'll see a lot more Korea action coming back here at OWCS. Thank you everyone for watching, and we'll see you next time.